Good evening, everybody out there in YouTube land, the 1122 Wingnut Radio. Out here for Anarchy Television, sitting by the fire. Oh, man, another good night, another beautiful night. It's bouncing between one and two people, popping people popping in and popping right back out. Oh, there's nothing but a fire going on. He ain't talking. Miss Gander, about to start a wet fire, huh? Surreal nil mill. Fires. Yeah, right on. I got a clear night, man. Got a clear night. I can see the entire fucking Milky Way. And just a slight chill in the air. Just a slight chill. As soon as this fire starts getting a little bit bigger, it's going to get a lot warmer. North Carolina. Whereabouts in North Carolina? Lucky you, man. I'm gonna tell you, I haven't had anything to smoke in a while. Holy crap! It says it's 6 people in there, bunch of lurkers. But it's pretty interesting that people are popping in. It's only midnight. Snooks. What's up, girl? Well, I appreciate it, Snooks. You're still up? It's only 1 o'clock where you're at. What are you talking about? Nana. It just turned midnight here, so good morning or good evening or whatever it is where you're at, where everybody's at. Got a clear night, not a cloud in the sky. I can see the Milky Way clear as day. Well, guys, I'm not even sure what to talk about. I had some strange dreams last night, but I can't remember most of it. Like, pretty much forgot all of it as soon as I woke up. I don't know why, but I was like having a good one at the time. I know that much. It was like, there was a couple of points, and while I was still dreaming, I knew I was dreaming, and I was having a pretty good time. That's what I remember. But other than that, I don't. I couldn't tell you what it was all about. in passing. So far, two people that I'm not really familiar with, I haven't seen in the chat before. This Surreal and In Passant, or and well, yes, I Bat Cave. There's a place in North Carolina called Bat Cave. Yeah, chess is an interesting game. Chess is definitely an interesting game. Sometimes I enjoy watching people play it. There's a couple of guys I used to watch in New York that if I could sit there in the park playing it. It's a little bit more interesting sometimes, you know. They talk a lot more shit than most chess players anyway. Flying axe blade. Nope, not familiar with it. I mean, you know, I'll tell you, Snook, man. I mean, it jumped up to like 6 to 8 people. You know, it's down to six now, but it jumped up there for a minute there. And I was like, holy crap, a lot of lurkers. Not sure what to talk about there, Snook. So, Surreal and Impassant, are you the same person? Your gang just followed you. That's right on. All the all the Snook crowd, huh? Like I said, I don't know. So I'm curious to everybody that's in the chat, sitting there lurking and whatever. What do you think? This uh 3-eye atlas thing, this this big rock floating toward us. Is it a big rock or is it an alien vessel? Like a spaceship or something. What do you guys think? In passing, why do you have so many accounts then? I'm, I'm pretty complacent right now. Well, put it this way, Snook. I'll tell you this: if it is like a big rock and it hits this planet, I'm gonna sit here in the yard, drink a cup of coffee, and watch it come. That's my plan. Huckleberry. I think it's a big rock, but they'll use it. So yes, in some ways I kind of see that too because I hear this stuff, but like I said, I, I mean that's how they tried to do us with Hale Bop, wasn't it? Some shit like that. They didn't even tell us how close it got until after it was already past us. But like I said, personally, man, I wouldn't. What would you guys do if you knew you only had 15 more minutes to live? What would you guys do? You got 15 more minutes, and then the end of the world, the end of the planet, really. Well, yeah, they've been saying that for a little while. There, Huckleberry been saying that for a while. If you believe some of the quote unquote photos, and if you believe some of the things they're saying, it's like actually transmitting a message. Get to the bunker. Shit, there ain't no damn bunker to get to. Man. Like I said, if we had 15 minutes for the whole fucking planet to survive, shit. Like I said, I'd sit out here and drink some coffee and watch it come. That's what I would do. Why not? I'm not afraid of death. I don't want to die, but I'm not afraid of it. We're all dying. None of us is getting out of this alive. You learn so much about life being around death. I haven't read all of it, but you ought to read the book, the Tibetan Book of the Dead. Basically, writes about what will happen after you die. You know, Huckleberry, I don't know, man. It's, I don't know. Most of the time, uh, it's definitely not a big way that most of us will go. Anti lurkers matter. Hashtag lurkers matter. What do you guys want to talk about? Anything? Any kind of a topic or anything like that? So, well, no, it's safe here. So, uh, You know, I was sitting there watching some Tibetan monks drawing a sand mandala on some concrete one time, and it was a beautiful piece of artwork. All these different colors, sand, and they create this beautiful piece of artwork. And almost immediately after they got it done, they'd wipe it away and sweep it away. And in a sense, that was a metaphor. Nothing lasts forever. Everything is temporary, even life itself. Everything has a birth, everything has a death. Even the stars up in the sky, all these little lights you see up in the sky, most likely it was a star that had burned out millions of years ago, and the light is just getting to us. It's pretty interesting. Andy, Conspiracy Queen. We all gonna die. Tate. Yep. We're all gonna die, man. We're all gonna die. The end is near. Yeah. If anybody, if I know you, if anybody wants to come up, just let me know. I'll put the link in, and maybe we can get some conversation going and attract some more lurkers in the room. Hashtag lurkers matter. 'Cause otherwise, I'm not sure what to talk about. I did have some dreams last night, but I can't remember them, so I can't really talk about them. Well, I don't know who you are anyway, Passant. So I wouldn't let you up anyway. I wouldn't let anybody up that's got multiple fucking accounts anyway. I don't trust them. I agree, conspiracy queen. I'll tell you, man. I think about those things sometimes. I'm sitting there, I'm looking at these stars in this clear night that I have above me. I can see the Milky Way like it's clear as day. And I start thinking about it. It's like, it's quite possible. Um, one of those stars out there that I'm looking at right now has already burned out And the only reason I see the light is because it took so long to get here. We're just now seeing the light of the star that has already burnt out. And no worries, Tate. I, you know, I was getting kind of bored with what I was seeing on YouTube, and so, I've seen one go out before. It was wow, just shimmering out. Well, I've seen I've seen some crazy stuff up in the sky. I am always looking up, so I couldn't tell you exactly what it was. I've seen two. I guess they were like kind of like a falling star type of thing or whatever. I've seen two of those tonight since I've been out here. Just a little streak going across the sky. I've seen one of those, two of those tonight so far. The panel is open, and for the people I know, I'll if anybody does, want to come up and talk, I'll put the link in if you guys want. Matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and do it now. Forget. I don't trust anything NASA says. You know what NASA stands for, right? Never a straight answer. That's what NASA stands for. Never a straight answer. I remember when I was a kid. I don't even know. I don't know. I think it was like 10 or 11 or something like that. There's this kid I used to know that was a good that lived down the street from me. This is back when I lived in Orlando, and he went to my school and all that same grade, you know, and he was so obsessed with NASA. I mean, he had so much NASA memorabilia. He wanted to be an astronaut, all this other stuff. I wonder where he's at, what he's doing now, and what he thinks of NASA today. I'm curious. I've wondered that. You know. What's going on, Queen?
What's up? What's up?
Man, you're looking at it.
That is a lovely sight, I must say. The amount of wood you must have to get a hold of to have a fire like that all the time. Man, I do not relish the blisters that you got on your hands, sir.
Yeah, that was 2 days worth of
There you go.
wood and shit. Most of it was already cut up into chunks. Pretty good sized chunks for the fire pit. But we had to rent a log splitter uh,
Okay.
for the day and do that. Plus, I got a big pile over here for myself. Luckily, I don't have to. Um, I don't have to rely on heating and cooking food with wood at the moment, but because otherwise it wouldn't last very long. And
Yeah.
but I got a big pile of it for myself, and then I got a big pile of it to replace what I stole from my uncle's firewood. Yeah,
There you go.
yeah. I was like, because I was dipping in over there. I'd go over there with like a dolly and, and load up. Like I did that about 3 or 4 times. And I was like, oh shit, he's gonna notice that.
A
And
little bit.
yeah, so I was like, yeah, the last load of wood that I brought back over to the house, I put most of it over his place. And
Okay.
yeah, but as long as I mean, this is like I just put a bunch in there to begin with. And as it goes down, I'll just put like maybe 1 or 2 pieces in there and kind of keep the flame, where there's a flame. But and then I can, like I said, I'll try and moderate that way. You
Right
know,
on. So you said you got shooting stars out there tonight?
I saw two.
Okay.
Just like those things. I guess you call them shooting stars. It's just like a streak across the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what I popped up for because I had mentioned it in the chat. It seemed like almost for, God, I want to say it had to have been almost a year straight. At least once or twice a week for almost a year, I watched shooting stars fall around the same, like if you were to hold your hand up and hold it up like arm's length away from your face in a
Yeah.
patch in the sky, it
Yeah.
would fall between the tip of your finger and the edge of your wrist in that same section within however many miles that equates to of the sky. And it did it almost every week consistently for almost a year. And the trippy thing was it was almost always right over the White House and the Pentagon. That's exactly right. So the notion of, okay, uh, falling star, shooting star, maybe once or twice, maybe during a certain time of the year, right? Like if it's the Perseid or Leonid showers or whatever, but those are typically during a certain time of the year. And it's not every week for a year. It's just
Yeah.
mathematically impossible. So
No
I
kidding.
would go with the NASA thing being bullshit just simply because that seems to me like that was maybe fragments of things that our military caught and they fizzled on the way down.
It could be. I mean, the amount of shit they put up there, it's just, and then other countries, not just our country, but there's all kinds of shit up there floating around right now, and you know, um, there's no telling. I mean,
I
but
think I've caught
I do think
Starlink
about.
twice.
Well, I do think about it sometimes. I'm like, man, it would be kind of cool to find some space rock that land out here in the damn property somewhere. I think space rocks make, they're fetching a good amount of money nowadays. I think. I don't know. Uh,
And that's the crazy thing. Like if you were to go out in your yard and you had the right kind of, I guess, equipment to help
yeah.
detect whether or not it was something from, terrestrial or not, you'd be amazed at how many are out there, supposedly, right?
Yeah.
Now, I heard one, like we get a few here and there through this neck of the woods quite often, and one hit, and I kid you not, it had to have hit maybe 3 doors down from here, and that sucker sounded like somebody dropped a baseball. And I was like, dang it, if if they didn't have that damn street light, I'd be over there front yard with the flashlight going, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Just
Man,
out of curiosity.
yeah, no kidding. Because I'm telling you, man, you know, I would love to be in a general vicinity of something like that landing. You know, because I definitely want to get there before all the fucking, you know, men in black get out there to it. You know, whatever it is.
Right. And that's the trippy thing because it was one of those, because I was always a night owl. I've always been a night owl since I was a kid. But to be able to actually be outside and hear it and then have other people that I was on with, because I was on Discord that night, and I had other people go, what was that? I said, it was a meteorite. They go,
Right.
no, how close was it? I said, about 2 or 3 yards away from here. Or like yards, like houses away, or like actual distance yards. I said, oh, no. It was 3 houses away, meaning yards, not literal measurement. Because if that was the case, I'd have been run my ass inside. But it was trippy, dude. Like you couldn't imagine how consistent that was. And like I've had my eyes checked before and since then, so it wasn't like some sort of weird eye issue or something like that. It was consistently either blue or green. And I looked them up too, went down those rabbit holes to see what kind of meteorite fragments and what, makeup it would be that would cause those colors. Right. And it always comes back to phosphorus, iron, um, same stuff every time.
Yeah. Hey, Indy, just for your information in there, this guy's Cyril and Buried Axe Blade and In Passant. It's all the same person. Just letting you guys know. It's all the same person.
Okay.
He's got a bunch of different accounts for some reason.
Okay.
I don't even know who
Yeah.
that is. But
Hmm. Well,
I can
hello,
tell.
stranger.
Yeah. Hello, stranger. But yeah, I mean, you know, because I'm always interested in what's going on up there, man. There's some, I mean, everything man-made and could be from something else.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm always looking up, and and I've seen some weird stuff. I mean, there was this one time I was in North Carolina at the time, and I remember I was like, I was waiting on somebody to come pick me up, and it was late at night. So I was sitting down there on this, like, this fence or something like that next to the road, kind of waiting for my buddy to come by.
Mm-hmm.
And out of the corner of my eye, I saw this really bright, like, I don't know, it's like a fireball, but it was this really bright thing with like a long tail on it. It looked like it was close. Come down, and as soon as I saw it out of this corner of my eye, I looked over and I can catch it. I saw it, and it went behind the tree line, and then it disappeared. I didn't hear a sound or nothing. But
Hmm.
as soon as I saw it go behind the tree line, all these dogs from the nearby houses and stuff started barking. Like, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
howling and barking and shit like that. I was like, "What the fuck was that?" You know?
That'll get your attention real quick.
Well, yeah, I was like, because I didn't, like I said, I mean, I was thinking, well, if it was just like something that like came down and landed something, or hit the ground or whatever, I didn't even
Mm-hmm.
hear any of that, anything like hitting the ground or anything like that. But I mean, it was pretty much almost right after I saw it, because it went behind the tree line, and I didn't see it anymore. And
Mhm.
for some reason, man, I mean, pretty much right after that, all these dogs in the neighborhood started barking and stuff. I was like, "What the hell was that?" You know.
They heard it.
Well, they evidently something. You know what I mean? And I've seen it. I've seen some crazy stuff up in the sky. I remember, I don't know, like I've been talking recently about these little lights that are kind of like just going at a constant speed. Looks like a really high elevation things. Like recently, the things I've been seeing in the sky.
Mhm.
I remember I was in New Mexico. I was at a I was at a rave that was out in the middle of the fucking desert in this place called Diablo Canyon. And
Okay.
I remember I was sitting on my Volkswagen bus. I was sitting on the roof on the top of the bus, and I was sitting there with a friend. I was sitting there rolling a cigarette, and we were up there just looking up at the sky, and I saw something similar to that. But this thing wasn't just going in a straight line. This fucking thing did like a zigzag type pattern, and I was like, "What the fuck was that?" You know, um, because I was like, I could tell you what it wasn't, but I couldn't tell you what it was. That kind of thing.
Right.
Um, um, but it moved. I mean, it looked like it was really high up elevation, and it looked like like you're looking at the stars and stuff. It looked like a pinpoint dot, like in the sky, like a star. But
Mhm.
it was traveling across the sky, and then it did like this zigzag pattern type movement, and I was like, "What the hell was that?" And so I mean, I've seen a few things. There was one time. It was back in 2000, year 2000 or something like that. I was out here camping, and then down by one of the ponds down here, and yeah, I was just sitting out by the fire and stuff like that, and I heard something make this huge kabloosh, like splash into the pond.
Mhm.
So I'm like going out there with my flashlight, and I'm like looking around. I'm like, what the hell was that? Not a single ripple in the pond. I mean, it was
Mm.
dead calm. And I was like, what the fuck was that? You know what I mean? And
That'd do it.
well, I mean, because I was expecting to see like this, all these ripples and all kinds of something in the water. You know what I mean? But I didn't
Mhm.
see nothing. It was dead calm like glass. And I was like, what the hell? What made that sound? I mean, I was like, I couldn't figure it
Yeah,
out. You know?
that's trippy.
Yeah. I mean, and out here on the property, we've got, I've got there's an old, um, um, I wouldn't call it's more like a graveyard, like a family plot type of thing. But it's
Mhm.
there's probably about I don't know, 15 people buried in it or something. But anyway, it's back there on the back side of the property, and for years growing up, we've always had these ghost stories about one of the people that are buried out there. And, like, I mean, some of my family swear. I remember my grandmother telling me, she told me about a story that she actually saw her because her name was Emma. That's the woman's name. I mean, her house it's gone now, but it used to be one of those, like, those old, shack type places with a big front porch on it and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And there used to be when I was a kid, it was still there. And um but Emma was alive long before I was born, long before even my dad was born, that kind of thing. It was like long time ago. Like 18, I can't remember, it's like 1860 or 18 something when she died. And
Okay.
but um there's stories that I heard from, like, my granddad and all this other stuff that back when she was alive, she, 'cause, um, the this property and where the house is like, not that far away, and evidently, man, there used to be old wagon roads or logging roads or whatever, I don't know, just like little fucking dirt roads that used to go through the woods through here down to the pond and shit,
Mhm.
This is back before there was fence lines and all that shit, that kind of thing. And there used to be an old like almost um kind of like a lawn chair, like one of those like kind of like those chairs that you can like lean back in and almost lay down on,
Yeah.
and it used to be sitting on here up on the top of the hill, which is like the highest point on the property. And it was said that when she was alive, she used to go up there and lay in that thing and look at the stars and stuff, and sometimes wander down to the pond and stuff. We, even when I was a kid, even before I was born and stuff like that, there used to be like a little like a little fish camp type of thing. We had like a big fire pit and a big pole barn and type of thing. And, there's still a pitcher pump type well type thing sit by the pond and stuff that we used
Yeah.
to have, where we can clean our fish and stuff like that. And you just pump the thing to get the water. And, but, I remember my grandmother was telling me a story one time back when my dad and his brothers and all them were kids. You know, they used to go camping down there by that pond, and they had those old, military type tents. The canvas tents. Like with the wooden poles and everything. Those kind of
Yeah.
tents.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they'd set those things up and stuff like that, and camp out there by the pond and stuff. And she was telling me it was one night, everybody was kind of like asleep, and for some reason she wakes up, and she was like looking around. Well, she decided to kind of get up and kind of look in there and check on the kids, that kind of thing, make sure they were okay, and they were asleep, and the fire was still going. So she decided to just sit down there by the fire. And this was all woods back then too. I mean, right now it's not. It's all cleared out and all this grassland and stuff. But back then it was all fucking pine forest and woods and shit. And there were some old, like I said, the old wagon roads or whatever that used to cut through the woods down to the pond. Um, and she was sitting down there by the fire. Here comes old Emma, her ghost, comes
Mm.
walking down that old wagon road through the woods, and just kind of quietly, just kind of like came up to the fire and sat down next to her. And she said, she's told me this before. She's told me this story. She said, I swear, she just sat down and we just sat there and had a conversation. We sat there and just talked, that kind of thing. And, but there's all kinds of little ghost stories like that from about Emma that used to, we would actually, a lot of us, we would just kind of, you know, uh, play it off like it's a ghost story kind of thing,
Mhm.
whatever. But like we used to, well, like when we were kids and stuff, we used to have we like if we got a new member of the family or something like that, we tell them all these stories about Emma. All right. I mean, fill their heads full of all these old ghost stories about Emma, and
Mhm.
so what? After we do that, what we'll do is we'll hook up the trailer to the truck and throw some hay in there and have like a little hay ride. And we take that trailer with all the hay in it and everybody in the back, get everybody, a whole bunch of the family in the back, and like have a little hay ride going down some of these old roads back here in the woods and go down to the cemetery where she's buried. All right. And the whole time, talking about Emma and all these ghost stories and stuff that we've got floating around in the family. And and I was a part of it too, but a lot of times, before I got into it, my uncles or something like that, what they would do is they take one of the other roads that cut through the woods and stuff, and kind of make their way to the cemetery or the graveyard or whatever before everybody got there. You know,
Mhm.
and they'd hide behind the damn headstones or some shit. So when so when they come up, they're all fucking their heads are full of Emma ghost stories and stuff, and then walk them up to the cemetery and shining the light to the headstones and blah! You know, I scared the shit
Oh
out of
my God. Yeah, I bet that would
it.
do it.
It was so much fun. Gosh, it was so much fun. I enjoyed it. That was one of my favorite things to do when I was younger. Actually, one of the old roads back when this was all woods, one of the old roads that came from the main road, which was that the dirt road at the time. Now it's paved, but at the time it was a dirt road. That was the main road, and then you cut in, onto the property and stuff, and you go down this like little trail type of thing, like a, big enough. It was basically big enough for a truck to drive down. That was about it. But going down to the pond and stuff, the trees had grown up over this road, kind of like almost like a covered road. And at night, it was like it would just block out everything. I mean, it's so freaking dark and spooky going down this road and stuff back then.
Mm-hmm.
And me and some of my cousins, man, we go down that damn road and fucking just hide behind some trees and wait for some of our cousins or uncles or something like that. Fucking walking down the damn road, we jump out and scare the shit out of
Oh,
them.
that'll do it too.
Oh my god, it scared the piss out of him, dude. I was just, oh man, I had so much fun. Oh my god. I mean, actually, I remember my dad telling me this one time, man. He's like, one of his fondest memories when I was a kid was me just like sneaking up or whatever and kind of like, scaring the shit out of my cousins and stuff like that and run away giggling. He thought that was the funniest damn thing, you know.
I mean to
And
tell you, it don't take much when it's dark at night and
oh,
you
dude,
get you
and
get the occasional crickets and stuff going, and it's just nothing but stars and black and trees.
oh
It
my
don't
god.
take nothing to scare the shit out of somebody.
Dude, we had some of some of my nephews and stuff like that, when they were young, like when, and I've gotten older, since, but even some of my nephews and stuff like that, nephews and nieces and stuff, sometimes they come out here like, around Thanksgiving or something like that. And they go out, and they camp out in their little tents and stuff like that. But we tell them about this thing called the one-eyed goat, you
Oh
know,
Lord,
the
that just sounds dirty.
dude, and it had, and that one eye glowed red. And
Of
oh
course
my
it
gosh.
did.
And then I want to tell you something, man. We get out there and we get one of those little laser pointers, one of those red laser pointers. And we sit out there while they're all just kind of thinking that everything's all, everything's cool. And they weren't even thinking about the one-eyed goat. And next thing you know, we sit there and take that little laser pointer and point it at their tent. They start freaking out. It's like, that's the one. Oh my God. It was, god damn, it was so much fun. Oh my god, this is another thing too. See, back when I was a kid, I always loved horror movies. Now, back when I was younger, I wanted to become like a special effects makeup artist for like horror movies and shit. I really
Mhm.
wanted to do all the makeup, all the blood and guts and
Same here.
making masks and shit and stuff like that. And
Mhm.
I got into it a little bit. I never really did it for anything but other than just for myself. But I made this mask that out of prosthetics and stuff like that. And I mean, it looked like the face itself kind of looked like an old Indian type of look of the face.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
I had this long gray hair type wig, and I'd wear like black pants and fucking like like one of those like a black vest with a white shirt with long sleeves and a fucking black jacket with the sleeve cut of the white shirt cuffs like hanging out the ends of the black jacket, at the
Mhm.
sleeves and stuff. And I won a costume contest for that thing one time, but we were doing one of those like little hay rides down to the cemetery,
Mhm.
um, and um, and they didn't. I didn't go down. I didn't end up at the cemetery yet. I let my cousin do the scaring down there. Well, they got scared and they were heading back to camp, and they thought everything was cool, everything was over with, that kind of thing. But I found me a spot about halfway between the cemetery and camp, and I got behind a tree And I'm sitting there waiting for him, it's a truck with a trailer, a flatbed trailer with the hay on it and all that stuff. Everybody, a whole bunch of people, was sitting on, on the flatbed trailer and stuff.
Mhm.
And well, I saw him coming, so I'm sitting there hiding and stuff, and I just let it pass. And just as the trailer passed me, I kind of ducked out into the road right behind the trailer. And with the taillights, all you could see was like from my knees up with the red taillights. So when I was walking toward them, you couldn't see anything below the knees. So it looked like I was just floating, toward the trailer. Dude,
Mhm.
I scared adults that night. I still to this day, to this day, when they like Thanksgiving, or something like that, when the family happened, it's kind of a skeleton crew now, but even to this day, I still have like, some of my cousins and some of my uncles like, are you going to try and scare us this year? And I'm like, it's not going to no fun if I tell you about it, that kind of thing. But
I'm
God dang,
telling
man.
you.
I was good at it. I was actually at the time, man. I mean, I'm still good at it, but I mean, I never even had to try. A lot of times, man, I could just walk up behind you, and I'd scare the shit out of you just walking up behind you, not even, because you didn't hear me coming or whatever.
Oh, you're
And
one of them. Okay.
oh yeah, and after I did it, I'd run away giggling, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I get got like that all the time in my own damn house. It's annoying as hell. I just get zoned out doing my thing, whatever it is, and the next thing I know, I turn around and there's somebody there, and it scares me to death every blessed time. And they're
Oh
like, "I
God,
wasn't even trying to sneak up on you."
yeah,
No, I just get
that was
down my
that's
own
that,
little rabbit hole in my head.
That's exactly what it was like. I wasn't even trying that time. Shit. Imagine if I tried. Damn. You know.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. But it's a trip, dude. Like there are so many crazy stories around here. I mean, you take your pick with Dr. Mudd's cabin, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a whole thing. And you've got like the Lincoln bedroom and
Oh,
you
dude.
know,
When
Mary
I was with,
Lincoln and all that stuff and all
what
sorts of wild stuff around here.
I used when I was younger. Actually, I used to know quite a few like I guess goth kids. You
Hmm.
know. I mean, like I mean, true goth. And I mean, not this fucking emo shit, but I mean, like true goth type kids and stuff back in the day.
Hmm.
And we decided we were going to do like a haunted tour of different places.
Hmm.
There's a couple, there's a few different places that, and there one particular, that, I remember, well, actually, no, I tell you, take that back. Two places. No, I take you back. Shit, three places that I remember seeing something. But
Okay.
anyway, there's four places in particular I'm thinking about. There was this place called Camp Blood. All right, you remember the old, the Jason movies, with
Yeah.
like, okay. Well, there was an actual, like a summer camp place where I was at the time that actually had like a massive murder and stuff. All right,
Hmm.
and it kind of reminded me of that movie, but that was one of the reasons why it sticks in my head. But we ended up going there, and you know, this is years after the fact. So I mean, so all kinds of fucking people have gone there and drew all this graffiti and stuff like that. So you're seeing like upside down crosses and pentagrams and
Hmm.
shit drawn all over the place on the old buildings and stuff. And nothing really happened there. But it was kind of, I can think of another place now. I'm thinking about that's just five place. But anyway, um, um, but we did a whole night of this stuff. I mean, we went to this other place. It was like a dead man's curve. I think there's a dead man's curve in so many different towns, but
Oh yeah.
there's this one that we went to, we called Dead Man's Curve. All right. And this is out in North Carolina actually. And so where it is like on the inside of the curve is the mountain that goes up. All right. On the outside of the curve, they have like a guardrail and it's like a straight drop, like, I don't know, 40 or 50 foot drop, off the
Hmm.
mountain and stuff. And so many people have fucking, gone right through the guardrail and wrecked and stuff like that. So
Mhm.
that's why we always called it Dead Man's Curve. And well, we decided we are going to go out there, and so there was like 4 of us, and we were just we went down to that place, and we were just sitting there on the guardrail. I mean, dead quiet type of a night. I mean, there was no moon out, nothing. All right, so
Mhm.
we're just sitting out there on the guardrail, and next thing you know, I mean, and I'm serious, we heard this. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, but what we heard was it sounded like tires screeching. Like how like you've pushed on the brakes and you start screeching. The brakes screeching or whatever. I
Mhm.
kept on hearing this fucking sound like that was like tires screeching and shit. But it's dead, no light out there. We would have saw headlights and all this other stuff. Nothing, nothing. But we could hear this, like, just this, like brakes fucking get slammed on and fucking screeching and shit like that. And man, that kind of freaked us out a little bit because we didn't know what the fuck was going on. It's like, where in the hell's that noise coming from, kind of thing, you
Mhm.
know? And but we sat out there for a little while longer, and then we said, and we just didn't hear anything else. We didn't see anything or anything like that. So it was like, okay, we'll go on to the next place. Well, we ended up at this. Oh my gosh, this was like a mansion, this huge mansion that, and from for what I know at the time, it had been abandoned for like I don't know, almost a decade. But it was like this huge fucking house, and had this huge fucking wrought iron gate right at the beginning of the driveway,
Mhm.
and almost every time you go by there, and I used to drive by that place a lot, so that's the only reason I knew about it. And I've always wanted to go inside and stuff because I was like, man, that'd be kind of cool to like explore in there and stuff. But we always heard these like stories about why it's abandoned and stuff. There was supposedly some kind of a murder happened there. I don't know, man. It's like that's we didn't know for sure. We always heard stories.
Mhm.
So we were like, well, let's go over there and check that place out. And it was still dark and stuff like that. And so we pull up to the gate, which is normally locked with a chain. Locked with a chain. Shut up. Locked with a chain and shit. And so you couldn't get in. But we got up there and the damn gate was open.
Mhm.
And we were like, okay, well, let's go. Let's drive up. And it had like a kind of a long driveway
Emma's
to
coming to come visit you.
yeah, could be. I don't know. It's
Got
some,
something going on.
something going on. But I remember we went up and I had this long driveway up to the house. All right, so oh shit, another one of those shooting stars just went by. The fuck was that?
Mhm.
That just happened. Anyway, um, so we pull in past the gate, and we got probably about halfway up the driveway, and we noticed what looked like a light in one of the upstairs windows, and we're like, "What the fuck? That ain't supposed to be on," that kind of thing. So we're like, well, let's go check it out. You know what I mean? So we're like
Mhm.
stupid. We're like, hey, let's go straight toward the scary shit. You know what I mean?
The last
you know,
ones to make
so
it out of the
so
haunted
yeah,
movie.
so we're like fucking we're driving kind of slow. We're kind of moving in there. Next thing you know, we see this fucking dog. I mean, it looked like a German Shepherd or something. But we see this
Mhm.
fucking dog and right in the middle of the goddamn driveway, standing right there looking at us like a standoff.
Mhm.
And I'm pretty sure it was just a reflection of the headlights, but those eyes fucking were shining back at us. And that kind of freaked us out. So we're like, let's get out of here, that kind of
That's
thing.
a big nope for
Yeah, I was
me.
like, okay, yeah, this is not quite right, that kind of thing. So we're like, okay, let's just go on to the next thing. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And um, there's this God, what was it? What was the name of this? I can't remember what we called it, but it was there was a story about this woman that got burned alive by by her husband or whatever in the house. The house isn't there anymore, but the like the gravel area where the house used to be is still sitting there.
Mhm.
And you had to go down this dirt road, downhill, down to this place. All right. Now the story goes that it's one of those kind of like things you like say her name 3 times and she'll appear type of shit. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
geez.
It was
Yeah.
one of those kind of things. And we were like, let's give it a shot, that oh my God. So yeah, we did. And something, I don't know if it was a ghost, I don't know what the fuck it was something fucking kind of appeared. And it scared the shit out of all of us because it was like we were not expecting that to be like happening. So we
Mhm.
get in the fucking car and I'm serious, whatever it was, this is what I, like I said, I don't know. Whatever it was, I'm thinking it was like her hand kind of like came inside the door, kind of like went through the door of the car, of the passenger
Mhm.
side. And then this like orange ball of light kind of appeared in the floorboard. And we're like, man, go, 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 go. And fucking the girl that was with us, man, she was driving, she's like punches it, man. And we're like trying to get up this fucking hill, and we couldn't get up the goddamn hill, man. We were like fucking
No.
whoa, like kind of thing. And next thing you know, man, it was like, this apparition or whatever it was like right behind the fucking car. And that
Oh,
orange
hell
ball of
no.
light type of thing was still there. I don't know I couldn't feel it. Couldn't, there wasn't no like heat off, or it was just a light like in
Mhm.
the floorboard. And she was, whatever it was, we're assuming was the chick, that got burned in the fucking house or whatever. She was like standing behind the car, and we're like fucking, I mean, like flooring it and trying to get up this fucking dirt road up out of the up the drive or whatever it was, and fucking next thing you know, uh, that ghost thing or whatever it was starts walking backwards or starts floating backwards back toward where the house was, and the car starts moving backwards while we're fucking gunning it. I mean, she's got her fucking foot down and it starts moving backwards. We're like, what the fuck? We're like freaking out now, We're like, holy shit, what the fuck's going on? That kind of shit. And
Mhm.
dude, I think we got a little traction and fucking and ended up catching a little bit of traction and went up just a little bit, and then it started sliding back again, and then we got traction again. It started sliding back again, and fuck, dude. I mean, it took us about a few times to, before we actually got, I guess, traction or whatever, and fucking finally made it out of the goddamn driveway. We were
Mm.
like, fucking, this.
Uh-oh. Well, shit. Wingnut, you done kicked yourself out.
I don't know what just fucking happened right there, y'all. Sorry about that.
You kicked yourself out.
I
You
did.
got
I
so
did. It
excited
just,
telling the story, you kicked
it,
yourself out.
I didn't do shit. I didn't touch it. I didn't touch it.
Emma, please stop.
I'm telling you, man, that's probably what it was. Probably Emma fucking playing tricks on me and shit. I do have some weird things with electronics sometimes because I'm like, I had the cell phone that I had before this one. It would fucking do some weird shit. And I was sitting there thinking, I was like, dude, if it's some damn poltergeist fucking with my phone and stuff like that, you need to fucking stop. It's bugging the shit out of me. But anyway, um, we finally get out of that damn place, and we still hadn't had enough. We were scared shitless, but I mean, because it kind of freaked us out, but we were still like, there's another place where we can go, that kind of thing. And
Mm-hmm.
there's this place that we called Helen's Bridge, and evidently
Oh,
how the
not a bridge.
it was called Helen's Bridge. Evidently, there was a the story goes, because what it was like there's a road, an old road that goes up underneath this bridge, which the bridge itself was actually where the railroad, an old railroad, it's not in service anymore, but an old railroad used to go right over this road. You know what I mean? So it
Mhm.
was that was the bridge for the railroad. All right. Well, the story goes that Helen hung herself from that bridge. All right. And
Mm.
yeah, so we were like, and let's go down there and hang out at Helen's Bridge, you know. And so we go down there and we like park right underneath the bridge, right on the road. And we're just kind of sitting there smoking pot and fucking chilling out and all that stuff, you know. It's at night still, and you know how you know how the windows start fogging up and stuff.
Mhm.
Well, you know, what was weird about it, it was like, you know, the windows on the inside were fogging up, but on the windshield, this handprint appeared, and it wasn't from the inside; it was from the outside. It was from the fucking right on that windshield from the
Mhm.
outside, and we were like, "What the fuck?" You know, that kind of shit. And we just chalked it up as Helen. You know what I mean? Saying hi, kind of thing.
Mhm.
And but you know, that was a weird thing too because you know, it was not it was not a handprint from the inside where the fog was on the window. It was on the outside of the fucking window. And that was a weird thing. But you know, there's a bunch of different places like that and stuff. But I mean, that was like one nighter. All those fucking things all happened in one night. And that was fun. Got
That's a
scared the
lot.
shit out of me.
That's a lot.
I never went back to any of those places. Actually, no, I take that back. I've been to Helen's Bridge a couple of times during the daytime after that, but never went to any other places, any of those other places ever again.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Nope. Just nope. See,
Dude,
and that's the thing. Like I've had spooky stuff happen to me before, but we weren't ever actively seeking it out. It just happened,
yeah.
you know. And like we had I guess just the fortunate stroke of luck, if you will, however you want to take that. That one of the houses that my cousin was staying in was haunted, and one of the times that I came to stay and hang out for Easter weekend, her husband was working on a job site and was working very late trying to get this job site wrapped up. And I had fallen asleep out on the couch, and he had called like an hour or something like that ahead of time before all of us finally said, okay, it's getting real late. We're just going to go ahead and go to bed, and then he'll get in when he gets in. And I wake up because I heard the front door, that they would come in and out of the back door, but it was the front door for them. And I heard the door open and shut, and then I hear very, very heavy boot steps, like old work boots, start trumping through the dining room and around the dining room table, and then in through the kitchen in a lap in the kitchen, and then come out and stop right by the couch. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, this is spooky, okay? Because this didn't sound like him. The gait was different. The shuffle was different. And the shoes were not the same. And I'm just sitting here and I'm like, that can't be him. And I get this super duper duper cold sensation all along the backside of me. Because I was laying on the couch all, burritoed up in the blankets and had turned my whole body into facing the inside part of the couch. And my back was to the room. And I felt this immense cold. And I was like, oh God. Before I even thought it, I just knew, don't turn around and look behind you. Whatever you do, just do not do it. Don't do it. And I was like, nope, I rebuke you in Jesus' name. And I just laid there. And then finally, I think finally fell back asleep. And I want to say he came in later, but that was the thing. Like, there was a reason why they would stay up half the night and then sleep during the day in that place. And that was because there had been an accident up the street. And
Yeah.
ever since then, it had been a thing.
Yeah.
And I was just like, okay, y'all, somebody should have said something to me about that before I come stay the night. Just
There,
saying.
it kind of reminds me, actually. Now I think about it. I mean, I was living in New Mexico at the time, though. There's this like little neighborhood that I knew some people in, and but there was probably I don't know, about a half a dozen or a little bit more houses in this little neighborhood, and that was about it. But everybody worked third shift. All right, and
Hmm.
but they all did that for a reason, because I mean, the story, like I said, it's all a story. I don't know, but everybody works third shift because they didn't want to be there at night. There was some crazy shit that goes on at night over there. You know what I mean? And I was staying over at my friend's house, and you know, I didn't, she was just telling me the story and stuff like that about, there was evidently some kind of something that, I don't know, some kind of accident or a murder or something that went on. I can't remember exactly the story, word for word, but it was just kind of some kind of crazy thing that happened in that area.
Hmm.
And it freaks everybody out that lives around there. So they all work third shift, and nobody is there, and it's like dead fucking quiet at night over there. Nothing going on. Nobody doing nothing or whatever. Nobody's even home, and it was weird, man. But yeah, it's one of those things where you almost kind of got a funny feeling. It's like something ain't quite right, that kind of thing.
Hmm.
But
There's a
never.
couple places like that out there,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like, where there's been like mine accidents, mine collapses. There's been industrial accidents and stuff like that. Like, all of that neck down there around Florida and stuff, when you get into southern Georgia, southern Alabama, northern Florida, like all of that had a bunch of mills and stuff back in the day.
yeah,
And that
yeah,
was something that was weird that I could remember when I was coming down 95. And then we'd cut to 85 and then hit in about halfway into the panhandle of Florida
yeah,
was the smell when you got into southern Georgia. I was like, what is that? They were like, it's paper mills. And I'm like,
yeah,
what? They said it's paper mills. And I mean, there have been, industrial accidents all over this country, whether
yeah.
you're talking the, coal mines in Pennsylvania or you're talking the limestone quarries up in Ohio, right? Like, these things occurred in history.
Oh yeah.
And, for something like that to happen, it's not entirely surprising that there would be something that would be stuck in an area or, if you will, a principality that's
Well,
drawn to whatever it was that happened there.
Well, I mean, all through the Panhandle, up in here, like around Mariana, around this area where I'm at, and Panhandle and stuff like that. There's a lot of the Civil War battles that actually happened around here
Mhm.
too. And
Mhm.
there's stories of like Confederate soldier ghosts and shit walking around, and somewhere where right around the areas where some of the major battles are and stuff like that. I
Here
mean,
too.
they even have like reenactments sometimes around, in some areas, and
Mhm.
it's kind of weird though. It's like you hear stories. I haven't seen anything like. Matter of fact, the only have you ever heard of those, like the thing that like the orbs? You
Yeah.
ever heard of them? Okay, well,
Oh yeah, they have those here. There's at the very most southern part of the state,
right,
right out at the very tip of the bay, of the
yeah,
Chesapeake Bay, there is a old ass lighthouse called Point Lookout.
yeah,
And at one point in time, it was a Confederate hospital, field hospital. And once the Union came down and actually conquered that fort, and took over that fort. And they set up the field hospital on the beach all along that whole little peninsula down there.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be uncommon for people camping down there. You know, you'd be out there any time of the year to see orbs all along the beach, along the water, up and down the roadway. You know, it's saturated with history. I mean, there's German U-boats in the Chesapeake Bay,
Yeah.
you know,
Dude,
so it's not surprising. And you would see any given time of the year, you'd see orbs out on the water, like these glowing green misty orb things out there. And it's not the buoy markers, it's not
yeah. Yeah.
channel markers, it's nothing like that. It doesn't even look the same.
Dude, my cousin down the pond down here. We were down there. It was like just getting dark, it was just like right at dark, you know what I mean, type of thing. And we were down there by the pond, and she was taking some pictures or something like that, and didn't think anything of it. All right, just taking a few pictures of like the pond and whatever else and stuff like that. And when we got the film developed, we started looking through these pictures, and there was a couple of pictures, man, where it was like, just looking over the pond, and
Hmm.
right on the other side of the pond in the picture, you didn't see this, at the time. We didn't see it at the time with our naked eye kind of thing. This is back when, 35 millimeter cameras, and you had to get your shit developed, that kind of thing.
Hmm.
But in the photo, there was like 2 or 3 orbs right on the other side of the pond in the photo.
Hmm.
And the weirdest thing, and I don't know if it was just my eyes playing tricks or whatever, but when you sit there with a magnifying glass and look at that orb like close up, it almost looked like a face. Like when you look at the moon, it almost looks kind of like a face.
Yeah, you
With
get
all the
that
stuff on.
pareidolia thing
Yeah.
start happening where you see the
Well,
patterns that look like
well,
faces.
that was what it looked like. It kind of reminded me of, when you sit there and you get with a magnifying glass and look at this orb, it almost looked like a freaking face. You know what I mean? And I was like, what
Hmm.
the hell are these things? You couldn't see it with your naked eye kind of thing. It showed up on the photo, but you just didn't see it with your, regular eyes or whatever. I just thought that was
Hmm.
weird. You know, there was one time, man, Emma's house, when her house was still there, still standing. She used to, the story was back when she was alive, she used to love sitting out on her front porch in a rocking chair. Just sit out there, and, because it was right up, not that far away from the road, which was at the time just a dirt road, and she just sit out there on the front porch kind of thing.
Hmm.
And I remember my cousin was telling me about this when she was young. She's a little older than me, but when she was young, some of my other cousins and stuff, they were talking about old Emma and stuff like that. All these stories about Emma and all that. And so they were gonna go over to Emma's house, and I don't know what they were gonna do, but they jumped the fence, go down the driveway, and go headed up toward the house. And the old rocking chair has been sitting there on the fucking porch, forever, and she gets about, I don't probably about, I don't know, 20 feet away from the porch. No wind. It was dead calm. And next thing you know, that damn rocking chair starts rocking. Scared her so goddamn much, she sprinted over that fucking fence and went back to the camp.
You
It's
turn into
fucking
Usain Bolt.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, seriously. It was like, those old cartoons where the fucking, it's like flames behind them
Yeah,
as they run,
running in place and then they
it was
finally
like
go.
that. It was like that. God damn it. She fucking sprinted, boy. I mean, she fucking leaped that goddamn gate like in one leap, and
Hmm.
uh it was she was like, she was telling me about that. She's like, man, it was like, I mean, there wasn't nothing. There was no wind. It was dead calm. And next thing you know, that thing starts a rocking. Holy shit, scared the crap out of her. And you
I
know,
don't blame her that one bit.
yeah, it was funny though. I mean, because like, all of us when we were kids and stuff, I mean, a lot of these stories came from like my granddad, and that was passed on to them, from my great granddad, that kind of thing back in the day. And I mean, because when I think my great granddad is actually was alive when Emma was alive. I think, I can't remember right offhand. It was like I want to say when she died, it was like 1880 or something like that. I can't remember right offhand, but because my dad's side of the family is like one of the first families that kind of colonized in through St. Augustine. So my dad's side
Okay.
family's been in Florida forever. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
and I've got a lot of history and stuff like that when it comes down to that side of the family, anyway. And then plus there's all these offshoots of the family also that's been around. I mean, I still got a lot of I got a lot of family that are in St. Augustine, and they tell me stories about the old fort over there in St. Augustine where they say that they have seen like I guess Civil War or old ghosts wearing like Civil War um, type dress or whatever walking
Mhm.
around out there by the old fort.
Mhm.
And, because they it's like probably 10 minutes from their house is where the damn fort is, old St. Augustine and all that shit, like Old
Mhm.
Town. And, 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 so I mean, I don't know, it's kind of funny. My cousin, um, uh, for a little while, and see, there's an old house, that's on the property that's been here, I don't know, as long as I can remember. And it's been around for a long time, actually. Back when my dad was kids, that kind of, it's been around for probably about 100 years or more, or probably about 100 years anyway.
Mhm.
And it's still standing. But it's been, since when my granddad died, it's been empty and all that stuff. But it's like, my uncle, um, that property with the house on it was passed on down to his son, my uncle. Well, they don't use it that much. They might come out there and spend some time, like maybe once or twice a year or something like that. But most of the time it stays empty. But my other uncle, my other dad's brother, his son, my cousin, he was staying in that house. See, I used to stay in that house for a little while with my granddad when he was alive, and
Mhm.
I never really, never nothing ever really I've never seen anything, put it that way. I never experienced any kind of ghosty type of stuff. But when my cousin was living there, he swear there was some crazy fucking shit that would go on, like noises and this and that. He evidently he didn't like it at all, so he had to find somewhere else to go because he just did not like staying in that old house.
I don't blame him. I mean, I've seen some spooky places in my time. Like one of the houses that we lived in, and it was in between Fort Walton Beach and Pensacola. It's out in a little spot out there called Pace.
Yeah, I know what's that.
And
Matter of
right
fact, I'm
on.
heading that direction this weekend. I'm going to
Oh, there
Pensacola
you
this
go.
weekend. Yeah, I'm going out there this weekend now, think about it.
Now it's been 20 years plus since I've lived down there. But this house that was down there, right? Like you go out, there's this little neighborhood and it's all these little, you know, um, like dead ends, and I forget what they call them. It's just basically like it looks like a tree
Yeah,
would be how you describe it. Like you drive in and then there's all these little branches, right? And each of the houses has or each of the little roads has a whole bunch of houses that do like a little loop.
yeah,
And we lived in one of these houses down there, and it was the wildest thing because the dogs would get up in the middle of the night around 2, 3 o'clock every morning and start barking. Now, there wasn't anything like it didn't have an attic, right? It's like all those old Florida houses down there that are the old, it's been through a bajillion hurricanes. They're all made of cinder block, right? And half of them might have siding on them. The other half are just slathered with 80,000 coats of paint. But it was one of those old houses, I'd say probably built maybe the early to late 60s at the very best. But it was an older house, and it had this very, very heavy, like one of those very heavy glass oval fronted doors to it. And for whatever reason, the dogs would freak out every night. And I think we stayed there maybe 8 months, give or take. But we could never, like, all the adults would come running out in the hallway. Everybody's trying to figure out what's going on consistently for months and months. And, we'd let the dogs out, try to figure if it was maybe kids in the neighborhood. They were used to noise. It wasn't like, we were somewhere where they would bark at every little noise. They weren't hyper alert, I'll put it that way, except for that place.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like, no matter what, it was always something, right? Like we never heard anything. Nobody felt anything per se. It wasn't something overt. And we just figured maybe it was something in the neighborhood they were hearing, and then it would get somebody else's dog was barking and they'd start barking or whatever.
Yeah.
But it just happened. And it was the weirdest thing because right as we went to move out of that house in Pace and move into Pensacola, as we got the very last thing, like we had jokingly went, well, now we're gone. So have at it. The door, that heavy door, like you had to actually push the door shut. It didn't swing because of the wind. It didn't, it wasn't like a really playable door. It was heavy and you had to push it open and it would stop and then stay stopped and then stay there until you pulled it shut or pushed it all the way open. That sucker slammed shut like, bye. And all of us were just like, yeah, okay. Are we done? We're done. Let's go. I mean, what are you going to do with something like that? I mean, the animals wouldn't settle. It was just one of them things. That was one house. The other house, like I said, the first one had people running around inside, and the dogs were always barking at the road. And you couldn't see anything, but they would always be barking at the road. They'd all freak out in the middle of the night. Let's see, one of the other places when we moved out of Pensacola and came back up here, you might remember that cold snap that come through there. It would have been 2002.
Okay.
It was 17 degrees in the Panhandle.
Yeah.
That's pretty gnarly for y'all. I mean, I was sitting there going, God, that's cold up here. And I couldn't imagine what it was like down there. Y'all would be like, oh my God, we only have windbreakers. What is this shit?
You get below 60 degrees, I'm fucking shivering. I'm ready to put a damn hoodie and jacket on. Yeah.
I'll tell you. So we moved to come back up here. And the house that we came to up here, it wasn't but maybe a month after we were staying there, we would see something walk down the hall. And it was always when one of us was sitting out in the living room and the other one was either sleeping or in their room. And we would always mistake it for, each other. And it just didn't, you'd catch it out of the corner of your eye, peripheral, and you wouldn't think anything of it. Because, I would assume it was my cousin. She would assume it was me. Other times when the two of us were sitting there, we'd see it go down the hall. We'd think, oh, it's our mom, whatever. But it got until one of the times where all of us were sitting together. And at that time, it was our roommate, a couple of our friends, my cousin, and I. And we're all sitting in the living room and we watch it walk down the hall. And we'd all just stop and look at each other. And all of us are like, y'all all saw that, right? Like everybody kind of looks at each other and nobody said anything. But it was that, y'all saw that, right? Like you could see that look and everybody's like that, bing,
Yeah.
We all knew it was like that. You saw that too, right? So we get up and then we start creeping down the hall. And of course, you look down the hall because you come around the corner of the living room and you look down the hall, you don't see anything. You hear the kid, little 2-year-old, is down the hall. She's just, ba, 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 like baby talk.
Right.
But it sounds like she's having a whole conversation with somebody. And she's just, ba, 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 ba 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 ba. And we're like, that is the wildest thing. And as soon as your feet hit the doorway between the hallway and the room, she'd stop talking and you'd see her like follow it, like her eyes would go up like towards the ceiling. Then she'd look and then she'd look at the door and she'd be like, oh, you. Okay. That makes sense.
Right.
That was the wildest thing. It never talked to us. It never interacted with it. None of us anyway. And as far as we know, the kid was the only one that saw it. I guess, you know, her
I think
son never saw it.
I think
The
when you're
littler
young,
ones
like,
never saw it either.
yeah, I think when you're young like that, you're open to that kind of thing, and it's easier to see that kind of stuff. Because I mean, I really think all that stuff is all that ghosts and all this other kind of stuff is like put it this way, if we could actually see the fourth dimension. My dad said this one time. He was real. He was really into religious and all that stuff at one time. And he
Mm-hmm.
still was. I mean, even when, you know, closer to when he died, he was right back into that religious thing. But anyway, I remember when I was younger, he was telling me this. Like, it's like, if you could see the fourth dimension right now, you'd probably be scared shitless, man, because all this stuff is all around us all the time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I believe
And
that.
yeah, and so I was like, it's just probably when you're young, that filter that ends up happening when you get older.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, you know, everybody's just like, "Oh, ghost, that's poppycock, that's just fucking fantasy, blah blah blah." All that kind of shit really kind of like starts putting like a filter into that, into your mind and in your eyes and
Mm-hmm.
all that stuff. You just aren't able to see it anymore. And but when you were sitting there talking about that door slamming thing, it reminded me of another story. But it was actually, I mean, okay, all right. In Lake Lure, North Carolina, they did the filming Dirty Dancing there. All right,
Yes, sir.
all right. Well, I used to live up the mountain. In the movie, the cabin that Patrick Swayze stayed in,
Mm-hmm.
and also the building that had the stage where they did the final dance and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Those two buildings were actually it used to be an old boys camp before the
Mm-hmm.
movie before the movie came in. And those two buildings, actually no, I take it to, there's three, no, four different things. Okay, the cabin that Patrick Swayze stayed in, the building that had the stage, that first building, the first time baby came into the party,
Mm-hmm.
first time, and everybody's doing all the dirty dancing and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
That building is there. The bridge that she walks across and does the little dance, that's there. Um, anyway, me and a friend of mine I used to go to school with, this kid named Rocky, that lived up the way from me. That was back when I was like 13, 14. I don't know. I can't remember how old was I? Oh shit. I was probably closer to 16, 17, something like that. 16 or 17 years old. Anyway, but uh that was back when we were smoking pot. He would steal pot from his dad's fucking, like he had a pot like on his nightstand, and he'd fucking snag a little and stuff like that. And we'd go out there and fucking use a damn Coke can and fucking smoking pot and that kind of shit. But we would go up to the old Patrick Swayze's cabin thing, and we set up a tent, and we camp out in that thing and all that stuff. We hang out there. It was kind of like a little party spot for us.
Mm-hmm.
And and also the place where the stage, we used to hang out in that too. There was nothing in it except the main big curtains and stuff for the stage was still hanging. They had these wooden like catwalks up in the roof, up in the rafters and shit, where you can like walk across the main floor to where behind the where the curtains are in the stage and all that shit, for where all the lights and stuff would hang and stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
we used to sit up there and stuff like that. And but one of the things that is we used to fuck with tourists and shit. All right. All right, tourists would come. They know, hey, this is where Dirty Dancing was filmed. Ooh, yay, yeah, all that kind of shit. You know that. So what we would do is we'd sit up in the fucking catwalk, up in the catwalk behind the curtains and stuff on the back part of the stage and shit, and kind of sit up there. And when the tourists come walking in and stuff like that, we'd like try and scare them and shit.
Mm.
And I had rigged up like this like metal pipe up in the rafters that at an angle, and some of the light bulbs that were in the building and stuff like that. And I can sit there and take that light bulb and just drop it down this pipe, and it would just kind of slide down that pipe, and then it would drop down on the main floor and shit, and it
Mm-hmm.
would just burst and stuff. We were just doing that for fun. But there was one time where there's like these three dudes, tourists that would come walking. We noticed them walking around. They were out there walking around the bridge, taking their pictures on the bridge and shit. And next thing you know, they started coming walking toward the building where the stage is, and then we were up there in the catwalks and stuff like that, and we were just sitting there watching them, and they started coming up toward the building and stuff. We're like, okay, let's get ready, that kind of thing. All right,
Mm-hmm.
so we're sitting up there, all hiding up there in the rafters and shit on the catwalks and stuff, and then they come walking in. They open the door, and they walk in, and I drop a couple of those fucking light bulbs down that pipe, and it rolls down that pipe, and then drops right there in the floor. It scared them. Two of them fucking just dipped out fast. All right. And one of the dudes was still there. He was like, "What the fuck's going on?" That kind of thing, trying to figure out what happened, that kind of thing. And it
Mm.
was just serendipity, man. The fucking wind blows the door shut, like slams it shut. Boy, that boy fucking booked it out of that goddamn building, fucking got in the car and took off, dude. I was like, that was fucking perfect. Oh, man. That was good times back then.
Right
I
on.
I had some fun, man. Back then. It's like, I don't know. It's like one of the, I don't know. We used to hang out. I was like, because like I said, where I lived at the time, you can like go down this trail down the mountain and come right
Mm-hmm.
up behind Patrick Swayze's cabin.
Right on.
So it was like our little our little getaway kind of place where we would fucking go and shit. And we knew there's a bunch of caves. There's this part of the mountain and stuff. Um, Back in the Depression days. See, actually, up there, up on the in those part of the mountains, it's like I think it's like there's a fault line and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that. Up there in those parts of the mountains of the North Carolina, there's. But back in the Depression days, they had some kind of a major like well, I guess not major, but it was like an earthquake kind of thing, and this mountain actually rumbled, and you can hear this fucking rumble like 2 counties away. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's got all these like fissure caves, and stuff like that in it. We used to go, exploring these caves and shit and stuff like that. There was this one that um I found a like a I don't know if I wouldn't call it a history book, but it had a lot of old photographs of that area from back
Mm-hmm.
like in the 40s or whatever, way back. And I found a picture of the exact cave that we used to go in. And these people are wearing like 3-piece fucking suits, and the fucking women wearing those big fucking, bell type fucking dresses and shit. And I'm sitting there thinking, I was
Antebellum.
like, God
Okay.
damn, they climbed this goddamn mountain in that fucking get up, you know what I mean? And went inside a cave, you know what I mean?
I
There was
mean, it
actually
was all the rage back then. You'd be surprised
yeah,
some of the
I
crazy
mean,
stuff they did back then.
there used to be. Well, there's an old inn that's been there for a long time. That's right on the lake, and right there in Lake Lure. Lake Lure Inn is actually what it's called. But anyway, it's like this. It's been there for a long time. But evidently, back in the day, in the heyday, back in the day, that was like a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the high dollar people used to go there and vacation and shit like that. So yeah, it's like that mountain is what they actually call it Rumbling Bald Mountain. That's what it's like.
Okay.
It's like it's got this huge rock face type of thing and stuff like that. And but I found the very cave that I went to. That photo. I was like, that was really interesting because like the cave hadn't changed, the rocks and everything hadn't changed at all in all those years. You know what I mean? You can tell
Mm-hmm.
exactly it was the exact same one. And there was a carving in there. I can't remember the date, but there was like initials with a date that was actually somebody had chiseled in one of the pieces. It's a granite rock. It's
Mm-hmm.
granite that it is, but they chiseled it in there. And I tried to do that one time with like a nail and a hammer, and I couldn't do it. That's fucking granite's tough. But so whoever did it, man, they spent some time chiseling that shit in there. And
Mm-hmm.
but I used to go up there and hang out, and because like at the you had this huge rock face and stuff. And there was a it's actually a popular spot for like rock climbers actually now, because
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of cool spots to go rock climbing and all that stuff. And but I remember I used to go up there. I hung out there, even out there by myself. I knew this cave like so well. I could do it in the dark. And actually, there was a couple of times my flashlight went dead, and I had to. So I knew my way around that cave really good. But there was like, you come up on the bottom of the rock face. There was an entrance at the bottom of the rock face, and then you go through a series of tunnels, and you come out about halfway up the rock face, and there's an opening, and then you can go back into the cave again and go through a bunch of different tunnels and shit like that, and you come up on the top of the fucking mountain. So it was like three different main levels and stuff in this cave. And
Mm-hmm.
I used to I used to make fun of some of the rock climbers and stuff because I'll see them down at the bottom, and I'd go into the cave, and I'd go about halfway up, and I'm like, so what's taking you guys so long, that kind of thing, because they're climbing the face of it, and then
Yeah.
I crawl around through the fucking tunnels and come up on the top of the fucking mountain, sitting there looking down at them. I'm like, come on, you guys, you need to hurry up, that kind of thing. Um, there was one time, man, and this is my mistake, but I was sitting there chilling. I saw these rock climbers that were up there, and they were up on this one big ledge or whatever, and I happened to see him, and I was like, "Hey, what's going on?" And all that stuff, and I noticed they were smoking pot, and I was like, "Hey, man, can I get a hit of that thing?" And they were like, "Yeah, come on up." So I climb up there, man, and I'm up on this fucking rock ledge. I just climbed up there. I didn't need, I was I didn't need any help or anything like that. But I climbed up there and
Mm-hmm.
I started there and smoked some pot with them and stuff. I got so goddamn high, I couldn't get myself down. I couldn't,
Oh
I fucking,
God.
I couldn't figure out how to get back down. They had to lower my ass down back on a rope, right? And I ended up, I ended up, I was so, I was like so fucking stoned, dude. But I ended up, they lowered me down back on the rope, and I went darted back into the cave, and just sat in that motherfucking cave in the dark, stoned as fuck, just sitting there listening to the fucking, the silence of the cave. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I sat there for a long time, man. And but uh, I used to love going in that thing. It was a pretty cool cave. I knew a couple of different places like that in North Carolina. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
there's a up on Pisgah Mountain and stuff like that, Mount Pisgah and all that shit around those areas. I used to know some places, some cool ass caves out there. There's even a place outside of Lake Lures called Bat Cave. Because they got a lot of bats in the fucking cave, of
Mm-hmm.
course. But
Mm-hmm. Rightly so.
yeah, and there's a couple of places where the high schooler kids used to go to, man. Kind of like make out point type of shit. You know what I mean? They
Mm-hmm.
go up there and fucking hang out, and high school kids out there making out and shit. Um, you know, uh, but I was like, man, um,
Was any of that neck of the woods affected by that hurricane?
oh yeah, man, Lake Lure, Chimney Rock, all that shit got destroyed,
Oh,
man.
it is that. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Lake Lure, Chimney Rock, Bat Cave, all through there, man, got fucking completely destroyed. Yeah, so
Wow.
it's heartbreaking actually, because like I said, it's like that's part of my childhood. It's right there in those areas.
Well, it
And
makes you wonder if, you have like some I don't know. They keep saying every few years it's a once in a lifetime event, but it seems to be every few years type of lifetime event. How much history gets washed into the Gulf or into the rivers that ends up in the Gulf and in the ocean that we never will see ever again
Well, I'll tell
with
you
stuff
this,
like that.
see, the Lake Lure is not, it's not natural. It's a man-made lake, actually. Lake Lure is a man-made lake because they put a dam on Hickory Nut Gorge, the river that flows through there. And originally there was a town, like if you go out in the center of the fucking lake, which is a big lake, you go in the center of the fucking lake. If you went straight down, that's where the town would have been, and that it was like a little town that was right up against the river and shit. And when they built
Hmm.
the dam, it actually filled up so fast. Some of the buildings are still there. You know what I mean?
Right.
Down at the bottom of the lake. You know what I mean? I remember I was talking to a guy one time, man, that used to work on the dam, and every so often they would have to go. They'd have to get diving, scuba diving gear and shit like that, and
Hmm.
go on the lakeside and dive down and check the dam, that kind of thing. And catfish will get as big as the environment will allow.
Oh,
And
yeah.
evidently, some of these catfish, man, are living in some of those old buildings and got fucking huge, man. Because he said one time he went down there, and he was diving down on the checking the dam, and this fucking catfish, probably like 6 foot fucking long catfish. He thought it was a fucking shark. You know what I mean? This 6 foot fucking catfish.
You could not pay me.
I'm telling you, it scared the shit out of him. He didn't know. He thought it. He seriously thought it was a shark. But this is
I
like, you know,
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I really wouldn't. Like, you get all these stupid storms that come through here, and you get like the raining fish storms. I wouldn't be surprised if some tiny shark got scooped up and got dumped into some other
yeah, like a
tributary
Sharknado,
somewhere. I wouldn't
like
be surprised.
like Sharknado, the movie.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
well, I
it
mean,
happens. That
well,
shit. The first time I ever saw a water spout was down there in Fort Walton Beach, and there were two of them. And I'm
yeah,
sitting here and I'm looking
yeah,
at the people at work, and I'm like looking, to
yeah.
the window at the twin spouts and looking back at them, looking back at the window, looking back at them like, anybody gonna leave? We doing something? What's going on? And they're all like, oh, you're new. And I'm like, bitch, what? What do you mean I'm new? You see that? And they're like, oh, it'll be gone in like 5 minutes. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
you got to be kidding me. And they're like,
Yeah. I
no,
mean,
no, it'll be gone. It's
yeah,
fine.
I've seen him almost all my life. I saw him more because I used to live in the Keys. I lived in Key West for like 2 years, and I used to work on a boat down there. I was like first mate of this boat. It's called the Dolphin Watch. The guy that owned the boat, what he did is he would charge people to take him out, and about, I think, about like 5 miles offshore. It's like, you go between what they call Christmas Tree Island and Tank Island. You go between them and go out toward the sand flats, and he would
Mm-hmm.
let people snorkel with wild dolphins. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And he did that twice a day, every day. Didn't matter if the fucking raining or whatever. We'd go out every fucking day. And sometimes, if it's bad weather, the dolphins, they're wild. They're not fucking SeaWorld and shit. Sometimes the dolphins aren't there. I used to get fucking tourists like, "Hey man, we paid to see dolphins." I was like, "Dude, this is not fucking SeaWorld, dude." You know what I mean? But anyway,
Mm-hmm.
but out there on that water and shit, man, yeah, we've come across a couple of those fucking water spouts, trying to get back to the fucking island and stuff, and we're like out being chased by them and shit. It was something, man. My sister, for a little while, she used to live down there for a little while. Her and her wife, man, when they were down there, she worked on one of those big schooners,
Mm-hmm.
those, like, it almost like a pirate ship, those type
Yeah,
of
yeah,
big,
yeah,
big schooner ships. It would take
yeah.
trips. It would take trips all the way up to Maine and back down to the Keys. You know what I mean? All up along the East Coast and stuff. And she used to do that. She was a maid in that, doing that. And I'm gonna tell you, man, her fucking arms got huge, fucking hoisting them goddamn canvas sails up all the time and stuff, you
Mm,
know. But yeah, um, yeah, I enjoy it. I mean, I didn't mind it. It was actually, there was one time, man, we were out there. We had, I don't know, it's probably like, I don't know, probably like a dozen people, some, a dozen customers or whatever to go out there snorkeling. And normally, there would be like a pod of dolphins, which is like probably like 30 dolphins, everything from adults to juveniles and whatever. Probably about 30 dolphins out there in the sand flats, and it's not really deep, but but they would go out there and they would sit there and fish. What they would do is they would like, they put their bodies like almost in like a vertical type position where their nose is pointing straight down or tail straight up, and sitting
mm.
there using their sonar to kind of like, to like,
They
get like,
text each other that way.
well, yeah, and none of that. Then what they would do is they would, like, what do they call it? Those flat fish that sit on the bottom of the fucking, on the bottom of
Rays
the,
and skates and stuff.
well, stuff like that.
And
It's like,
flounder.
yeah, flounder. That's it. But they'd sit there and pound the damn sand with their sonar, and it would drive the flounder and shit out of the sand, and that's how they would fish. And they play with those fish. They like sit there, it's like, oh yeah, they'll toss it around and play with it like it's a toy sometimes too before they eat it.
Oh, I
But
know.
they do that shit and all that stuff. So there was one time, man, I had put everybody in, mask fins and snorkels and shit, put them out there in the water, and they're out there in like a little circle out there in the water. Me and the captain are still sitting on the boat, but I'm sitting there just kind of keeping an eye on everybody, and I can see off in the distance there's a goddamn shark coming in our direction. You know what I mean? And there's a pod of dolphins
Mm-mm.
around. There's a pod of dolphins right around where we were at, but there was a shark that was coming in the direction of the customers and stuff. And I guess the two of the, like, I would call them teenagers. A couple of young adult dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
They went out and flanked each side of this shark and escorted it out of the
Sure
area.
will.
You
Sure
know,
will. I've seen that firsthand down there too.
dude, I've
They like
seen this
they
thing.
will babysit the shoreline to keep the sharks away from the people. If they get
Yeah,
too close, they'll pretty much just dog walk them out of
yeah.
the area and walk them further out away. And
I
then
saw.
they'll come back in and they'll come and play around everybody.
I saw one kill a shark once. That damn dolphin probably was going 30, 40 miles an hour and rammed it. I mean, put his fucking nose right in the side of the shark. It ended up, I guess, created a whole lot of internal hemorrhaging. That shark was dead within
Oh
like
yeah.
minutes or something. It was,
They'll
I mean,
headbutt
it
that
was like a
thing with
car
their
hitting it.
noses. Yep.
You think about it. That's like 30 fucking miles an hour. This thing ramming you. You know what I mean? It's almost like a car hitting you.
Oh,
You
they'll
know?
go faster than that. I think they actually get up to about 45 in the water.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It was probably like 30, 40 miles an hour or whatever, how fast it was going, but
Yeah.
it
It
darted
ruptures
straight
their
at that thing.
internal organs.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. And
Mm-hmm.
so I've seen that happen. And and it was they're intelligent as hell. They knew exactly, because I mean, the captain of the boat, the guy that owned the boat or whatever, uh he'd been going out there for a lot of years. But back when I was living there, it's like, I don't know. He's been doing it for like probably 30 years or something like that, doing that business. Matter of fact, he was like one of the first boats, that were actually doing that. You know what I mean? Now there's like a shitload of fucking boats going out there doing that. But he was like one of the first ones. And man, these dolphins that are, kind of grown up with him and stuff, they know, the sound of his motor. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And
Mm-hmm.
they can use that sonar and they can see through the whole of the boat. They know when people, if they're, if there's people on the boat, they would even know when these motherfuckers have got their scuba gear on, or their mask fins and snort. They know, you know what I mean? They're smart. And
Oh yeah.
So I mean, I've got much respect. I mean, actually, there's an old theory that that's our distant relatives actually, because we all came from the water originally. There's, who knows? I don't know. Because they say they share some of our DNA in a way. Because I think dolphins are pretty close to us when it comes down to DNA and all that too.
Well, and it's funny
Man,
because we were watching Lucy for the I don't know how many time the other night, and it does beg the question: how much different would we see reality if we use 20% of our brain?
you
Because
know,
they use 20% of their brain, and that's just to be able to do the sonar stuff and be
yeah.
able to have it make sense in their head to create the visual cortex portion of their brain to picture what they're seeing.
Well, I mean, even then, it's like I think the same type of glands, like like where our what do you call the third eye on our head, is the
Hmm.
same type of glands that they use. The dolphins use to create that like that echolocation sonar type of thing. That's the same, but it's more on them. It's fattier. You know what I mean? It's
And
got
bigger.
like more.
Yeah.
Like it's a bigger spot. It's like a bigger bulge, and it's fattier, and but it's basically the same type of organ that does that. You know what I mean? That we have on in our forehead. That third eye. So I mean, it's quite interesting. It's possible. It's very possible because I know. From my experience, I know that telepathy is a real thing. I don't give a shit what anybody else says. I know it is a real thing, and
Hmm.
and that's possibly that's just the same thing as like echolocation or like sonar or whatever. It's almost the same
Well, so
basic
is
idea.
clairsentience and clairaudience, if you want to
Yeah,
go in that route.
yeah.
It's very similar to telepathy, like clairsentience is being able to get flashes of places that you've never been down to like minute details.
Yeah.
Um, just random things sometimes, and it's weird how when you're in the right state and you're not even paying attention to it or thinking about it, just you'll get a flash in there. And you're like, well, why the hell did I just see inside this person's house? Or, how did I know what the inside of this restaurant looks like? I've never
Kind of
been
like
in
they're
there.
like remote viewing almost.
Kind of, yeah, pretty much. I
Well,
mean, I think all
just,
of us are capable of that to
yeah.
some degree. It's just a matter of
Opening
opening.
yourself up and training
Yeah.
yourself and get the discipline and kind of like it's almost like learning how to draw. You know what I mean? It's like the more you do it, the more better you get, that kind of thing. Matter of
Uh-huh.
fact,
I've heard
I was
people
in
say it's like learning how to drive.
right,
You go
right,
through the
exactly.
motions and learn how to
Yeah,
steer it
exactly.
of sorts and drive it. It
Yep,
becomes like second nature.
yep,
But
yep.
most of us are so bogged down with the innate details of life and whatever,
Oh, I know.
stupid meme that we found hilarious that we couldn't help but giggle over 10 times and share with everybody we know,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
we miss that stuff.
Well, that's what I'm saying. In my mind, it's like that further and further away from what I look as the creator. I mean, because I've got my own, like I said, I've got my own um idea of what the creator is, and but it's just getting us further and further away from that, and because what that natural thing is what actually for thousands and thousands of years is what kept most of our ancestors alive, is actually having that ability and honing it and stuff like
Hmm.
that, almost like instinctual type stuff, but because it was like I don't know. It's
It's our prey and our survival mechanisms that we have that are very highly in tune to not only our environment but to every little subtle change, right? Like when it's like, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie. I forget what the name of it is off the top of my head, but it's a pretty good movie about a bunch of kids that try to break in. They're trying to get out of Detroit, and they're in one of the old derelict parts that's kind of, just fallen into ruin. And there is like 2 or 3 houses in like blocks and blocks of the city that are still, have people living in them. And these 3 kids hatched this plan that they found out that there's this old veteran that's blind that they want to go and rob because they found out he got some huge settlement from his daughter dying. And they go rob him. Now, I use that example because he lives in that environment and he is deprived of one of his senses. And in the same way that he has become in tune with his environment because of the lack of one of his senses, all of the rest of them are tuned to the status quo of his environment, right? Between the sounds of his dog digesting her food, or the nearby train or the bus that's up the street that has the faulty catalytic converter and pops and backfires every so often. You get accustomed to your environment down to noticing when the birds go silent, the bugs go silent, the air stills. Like it's survival mechanisms and survival instincts that take over.
I just noticed Joe Cool fucking popped in, but anyway, I haven't been paying attention to the chat because what's his name? The one that's got 3 different fucking accounts has just been fucking cluttering the chat up. So I haven't been paying attention. Sorry about that, y'all.
Well, he's keeping the chat stream running and giving you watch time, so
For
it is
sure, I
what it
could tell
is.
you that.
Thanks.
I just noticed that Joe's in there though. I mean, or he dipped in for a minute and then he's dipping back out. But yeah,
Mhm.
um, yeah, me and him are supposed to be going to a meetup this weekend. He's supposed to be coming down from Chicago and stuff like that.
Oh
You know,
yeah. I met him on Moe's years ago. Years
yeah,
and years ago.
yeah, we're supposed he's supposed to be coming down here from Chicago this weekend, and we're gonna try and meet up and stuff like that and hang
Right
out
on.
for a day or so. I'm
Right
kind
on. That'd
of
be
looking
cool.
forward to it. That'd be fun because I mean I've known Joe for a little while here on YouTube too, but we have yet to have a face to face type of thing. So this would be cool.
Right on.
I like it because I mean kind of reminds me of the radio stuff, man. There's a lot of guys that I've been talking to for years on the radio, and every once in a while, we used to do it every year, but I don't know, kind of fizzled out, but we used to have like a meetup every year and stuff like that. And, so like, you know, people we've been talking to for years on the radio, you think you know what they look like by the sound of their voice, but then when you see them in front of you, they look nothing like what you imagined, that kind of thing. But then it's like, it's nice to put eyeballs, that kind of thing on people, and actually talk face to face and stuff. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? There's a
Old
lot of
school.
conversations that we cannot have on the internet, and the only those conversations can only be said face to face. That kind of thing.
Hmm.
And it's always good. So I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. I hope he's figuring that out too. He's supposed to be figuring out all the logistics because it's going to happen this weekend. And
Right on. Well, we'll say a prayer that he makes it safe travels down there and y'all get to hang out and meet up in person.
yeah, for sure. He just needs to get all the logistics done and stuff. Because he called me up yet was a couple of days ago, or day before yesterday, or something like that, so we can kind of figure it all out. Because I mean, where we're going, for me, it's only like 2 hours away. That's like I was saying, I was out toward Pensacola, and
Hmm.
so it's only like 2 hours away from me, and it's like a 15-hour fucking drive for him.
Oh yeah. That's a hike.
Yeah.
I
So,
remember making the hike from up here down to, or I should say, Pensacola, up here and back in a 48-hour time span. I thought I was going to die by the time we got back.
dude, my buddy John would go to Connecticut and do that kind of fucking trek, and he would do it, pretty much solid. I was like, how in the fuck do you do that, man? I cannot drive for that many hours, but he'll push along and does it in all in one time. He'll go up there in one fucking, one shot, not stop anywhere along the way, just go straight on up to Connecticut, spend about a week or two up there, and then drive back. You know what I mean? And I'm like, God
Mm,
damn, dude. Um,
that's
but
what you call a trooper. I'm telling you.
I wouldn't want to do that because I know how. I've been up to like Connecticut and and New York and all that stuff, and that's a drive, dude. Man, I know.
Well, it depends too, because if you're coming from the other side of Florida and you're going, halfway across the panhandle and you hit north on Panama City and
Yeah,
hit 85 up that way, it does cut a lot of the time out. But if you go all the way across the panhandle and then hit
and then hit
95
like
in
90.
Jacksonville and
Yeah,
go
hit
up,
95 and then go up. Yeah,
oh, screw that.
yeah. The worst part to me is going, trying to take the circle around Atlanta because I don't want to go through fucking Atlanta. I hate going through Atlanta.
Oh, shut
So
up.
I try and take the circle around it. You know what I mean? So
Go
that's
around
what
the
I'm
Peach Parkway.
Yeah, I'm just like, dude, I can't stand Atlanta. I mean, Atlanta and Jacksonville to me suck ass. I can't
Terrible,
stand those towns.
terrible, terrible traffic. Oh my God. Look. So, some of the worst traffic I've ever experienced in my life. New York City, like the actual city, on New Year's was bad. Atlanta and rush hour was horrible. And then Jacksonville, first thing in the morning rush hour, forget it.
Yeah.
Forget it. And I've been all around the Capitol Beltway most of my life, and it just nope. Just all nope. Nope. Nope.
I grew up in Orlando, man, so I mean, god damn, man, I'm just so over traffic. I'm actually so over tourists altogether. Uh, you know,
You're in
but
the wrong state for that, buddy.
well, I'm gonna tell you, yeah, I know, man. This is like a damn tourist area around Panama City anyway.
The
Um,
snowbird.
but you get Panama City Beach, especially around spring break and shit. It sucks ass.
Mm-hmm.
But when I lived in Orlando, man, I-4, I mean, and this is just normal people. It's not necessarily tourists, but I mean, I-4 around, afternoon time, I guess what you would call rush hour, man, it would, it would take us probably an hour or two just to go 4 miles down fucking I-4 sometimes. You know what I mean? It's almost
Mm.
like bumper to bumper, fucking standstill type of traffic. God damn, I hated that shit. And I just I don't even like driving around Panama City all that much. I try to stay away from Panama City most. I'm up here in the country, just a little bit above it, and in the rural areas of just above it, where it hasn't been developed all that yet.
Where
But it's
was it that they had that big snowstorm that everybody got stuck on the highway? I want to say it
well,
was Virginia, maybe?
might have been hell. That was last year. I got 6 inches of snow. That was the first time I've seen snowing down here, fucking 20 years, man.
It was either last year or the year before. They
Yeah,
had this,
last year.
I want
Yeah,
to say it was Virginia because they had, we did have a bunch of snow that came through and it had everybody stuck on the beltway, or not the beltway, but one of the main, highways. And they were stuck there for days and days, and people were running out of gas in their cars and they couldn't get out. And it was bad, dude. Like I will take the traffic and the tourists over that shit any day of my life. Because I
well,
guarantee you, for all of our prepping and everything else, nobody can plan for that.
well, I'm gonna tell you something, man. It freaked my dogs out. They've never seen snow in their life. And last year, I'm serious, we had 6 inches out here in the yard. I've got pictures and
Mhm.
videos of it, and all that stuff. Because, like I said, I haven't seen snow this far south in over 20 years. And
Mhm.
um, so it was Star Force 2 wing. Are you still in the CB? Um, Star Force. Matter of fact, I was sitting there talking to my buddy John. He goes by 514. He lives right down the road from me. He's trying to get me back on the fucking radio. My antenna's been down. I don't have a power supply. I haven't been on the radio in a while. And he was sitting there telling me again today. He's like, "Get off your fucking ass and get that shit done." So probably I'm trying to get like probably Next week or the week after, something like that, I'm gonna try and get my antenna down, take the tower down, move all that stuff. 'Cause I got to move it to this other place, and then get me a power supply, and I can get back on the air again. So yeah, I mean, I got a problems with the antenna I need to fix, and then I gotta, also I gotta take it down and take the tower down and put that all back up, and I'll be back on the air. But yeah, eventually. I turned on
Okay.
38 today, and all I heard was, yeah, that's not a good thing. I'm surprised that motherfucker's still on the air. I'm surprised nobody's gone to his house and tear his tower down. I'm surprised. Jackasses like that back in back in the old days, man, that's exactly what we'd do. We'd fucking triangulate his signal, figure out where he's at, take a tow chain to his fucking tower and yank it down. You know, seriously. I mean, we get these assholes. I mean, put it this way, man. And this happened one time, man. There's this guy that's kind of local. He's dead now, but there was this guy that went by the handle Bandit. And he sat on channel 19, which is basically a trucker channel. But he'd sit on 19, sitting there starting shit. That was his total intention, is to start shit with people. All right. And he'd get out there and just talk shit and da 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 da. Well, enough of us around here, I didn't do it, but I mean, that's what, a lot of the old, people back in the day, we would do. Is what we do is we triangulate the signal and figure out where he was transmitting from. Go over there with a big 4x4 truck, hook a damn tow chain to his tower and yank it the fuck down. But somebody did that one time. Somebody did that to his tower one time, yanked it and laid right over the roof of his house. And it didn't stop him. He'd get in his fucking car, sit in the goddamn grocery store parking lot, and do the same exact shit, talking shit on the fucking radio. And eventually he passed away. But you get people like that. They're like, you was talking about the 11111. There's just one guy. I heard him. I hadn't been on the radio for a couple of years now because my shit's been down. But even back when I was on the radio, I mean, I even got videos on. If you go way back in my videos and stuff, back in the past in my videos, I've got a couple of videos of nothing but that dude fucking sitting there on the radio going 11111111111 for hours on end. Hours on end. You know what I mean? And I mean, it just amazes me because I mean, I look at YouTube as it's just another medium. It's kind of like another, because CB to me is just a social. It's like the original social network. All right, and I just look at YouTube as just another medium. It's just got video, not just audio. And so all the trolls and haters and shit like that on YouTube doesn't bother me because I've been dealing with this type of shit all my life because I've been talking on the radio since I was 14 years old. So there's been haters and trolls on the fucking radio all my life. So I mean, I know how to handle them out here on YouTube. You know what I mean? Because and that's what surprises me, because you get some of these people that are new to YouTube and never had to deal with trolls and haters before, and they get all upset and stuff, and they're just like, they don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to deal with it and stuff. It's like, it doesn't bother me all that much anymore, because I've been dealing with that type of personality for a long 30 years. You know what I mean? And
why on earth would you just sit there and just holler one all day?
It's a good question. Why would anybody spend the money for the equipment and spend the time and the energy just to do that? Well, evidently, some people, they thrive on starting shit with people. It's almost like they got to have it because evidently, this is what I think. I think their life sucks so bad. So what they do is they've got to make other people's lives suck to make their life seem a little bit better. You know what I mean?
And then they run for president and they win.
Yeah, for real. You know what I mean? But I mean, that's the mentality of some of these guys. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But I start thinking about it. It's like, the amount of money, the amount of time and energy they spend just to start shit. Their whole intention is to start shit. And it's crazy. Um, and I, like I said, I'm a CB operator. I've been talking on CB for forever. I mean, I've never become a ham operator. I never got a license, but I do mess around with ham stuff. You know what I mean? But I try to just stick with the CB stuff, because that's just my realm. That's my yard, in a sense.
Mhm.
And you get these ham guys, man. They get what I call like a sad ham. These are like the traditionalist or whatever. The old ham guys. They sit there and bitch and moan. Like if I went over on the ham frequencies and stuff, man, they would bitch. They would pitch up a fucking fit because you ain't got a license. You can't be out here on these frequencies, blah, 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 blah. Well, you get these same motherfuckers that would talk shit like that. They would come on the CB radio to start shit with people because, they think they're better than everybody else because they got all this nice fucking radio equipment and all this other shit. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
I literally had somebody say this to me one time. It's like, I'm better than you because my radio costs more than your radio. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? You know, just because you spent $2,000 on your radio equipment and you think you're better than me? Motherfucker, I can talk further than you. And I feel like I'm better than you fucking twat waffle. You know what I mean?
Just because you own a Ferrari doesn't mean that you're not an idiot.
Right. And I'm saying, it's like, that's what I'm like, I cannot believe some of these people's mentalities sometimes. It's like, just because I
They
spent
never
more
grew
money
up.
on my equipment, that means I'm better than you. I'm like, you're a fucking idiot, man.
Yeah, well, they never grew up. They never grew out of
Exactly. And
puberty.
it's the same shit out here on YouTube too. You know what I mean? I've seen that same type of mentality out here on YouTube.
I'm
And
telling you, it's a spirit. It really is. It's a spirit of chaos.
I guess so. That yeah, I don't know. It's almost like air to them. They have to have it. They have to have that that hate and discontent um and all that kind of crap. And they've got to have it. And like I said, I just think their life sucks so much that they've got to make other people's life around them suck to make their life seem good. You know what I mean?
I
And
get it. I just
and
always figured they needed more fruit in their diet or something.
I mean, well, yeah. I mean, I imagine some of these guys, like even sitting behind their keyboard or sitting behind their microphone on the radio. They're big fat motherfuckers sitting there wearing tidy whities with a cheeseburger in one hand and the fucking keyboard in the other. That kind of thing.
Makes me
Um,
think of the South Park guy that
yeah. I
Cartman
mean,
was playing World of Warcraft against.
yeah. Exactly. I mean, that's what I imagine. They're probably living in their mama's basement type of crap. You know what I mean? It's crazy, man. I don't understand it. I mean, but I mean that's some people are like that, man. They've got to have that kind of shit. You know, it's the same thing like I said on YouTube. You get these trolls, these haters and stuff that they always putting these snide fucking comments, or whatever, all this fucking stupid shit. Just to what I call fishermen. All right, I call them fishermen. It's like, okay, like for instance on YouTube, for instance, they do it on the radio too. But what it is they'll throw a nasty comment into the comment or the chat section as bait. And if you fucking respond to it, it's like fish on, motherfucker, fish on. That's how I see it. They're fishermen. All right. Now there are what I call spear fishermen also. They're the ones that will direct these comments at particular people. I mean,
Mhm.
they'll try and target, singular people. You know what I mean? That's a spear fisherman to me. But a regular fisherman are just putting a comment out there for anybody to nibble on. You know what I mean? But then you got like the spear fishermen, they go out there after individual particular people. And they
Mhm.
do that. I see them on YouTube. I've noticed, I've seen it in the radio world forever. You know what I mean? It's just, but like I said, it's just you know, some people are like that, man. They gotta have that fucking hate and discontent in their life. Um, it makes them feel good. They get a rise out of it. You know what I mean? Some of them, it's like fun to them to create hate and turmoil and shit like that.
Well, I've always seen it as like, the specific, ones that they go after are grenades, and the ones that just are meant to scatter everybody are the landmines, right? Like they'll come in and
Right.
they'll drop a
Yeah,
landmine,
I can see that. I can see that. Yeah.
because it hits everybody and it scatters in all directions, whereas
Yeah.
the grenade is more up close and personal to a
Yeah.
degree.
I can see that. I mean, like that's the reason. I mean, I just use the fishing thing because, like I said, it's like just a regular fisherman. They put that bait on the hook and drop it in the water, and it's just for any fish to go after that. You know what I mean? They just put it on there. They don't care what fish goes after it. They just whatever goes after it. It's like fish on. I got you. But a spear
Mhm.
fishermen are targeting particular fish, like one fish
Mhm.
at a time. You know what I mean? That's the reason
Mhm.
why I use that analogy. But I see where you're going with that. It's not a bad, not a bad analogy there either. You know what I mean? But I don't know, man. I, see, I've actually, some people have asked me these stupid questions sometimes. It's like, if there's one thing that you can just erase from the world, what would it be? And I'm like, God damn, I mean, there's too many
Mosquitoes.
things to name. I couldn't just.
Mosquitoes. Right off
What's
the
that?
rip, mosquitoes. Mosquitoes, mosquitoes. Right off the rip, man. They carry all
Yeah.
kinds of mess.
Well, you know what? I've actually thought about that. Mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks. All right. To me, I'm like, I know everything in nature's got a place and all this other shit, but mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks. What there? I mean, it's not a food source for really anything. You know what I mean? So what the fuck? The whole purpose is to spread disease. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, God damn. I mean, those things I could do without those three things: fleas, mosquitoes, and ticks.
Well, and that's what makes me laugh because I had like a 2 week long debate with my sister and my friend about why parasites, right? That's exactly what we said. I said, okay, so you mean to tell me that God flooded the earth to get rid of all the sin and iniquity and he allowed ticks to survive? Make it make sense. Make
Right.
it make sense. Right. And then going through this 2 week long debate, come to that realization. Yes, they create specific uh, pools within the environment to keep overpopulation of any one particular creature in that particular ecosystem. And the reason why they have to do that is because, say, the little frog, right? We'll just use the frog. The little
Right.
frog overpopulates. And when the little frog overpopulates, he eats all of this bug. And this bug is what helps break down the matter. The
Yeah.
matter gets broke down so that the birds can be able to make their nests and the lemurs can make, their particular food source grows from that matter. And the bats, their poop works
Yeah.
with the matter to help grow that particular food source. So it's a well designed ecosystem, and I get it from that
Well,
perspective. But
it,
damn it,
it
why ticks?
but we fuck things up sometimes, like for instance, I mean there are certain species here in Florida that are considered invasive species. They're not native to Florida either. All right. And they don't have a natural predator to keep them in check. You know what I mean? And some of
Mhm.
those, like the carp or like, even like the python and the fucking, the, what is it? That other snake, there's another snake that's down in the Everglades that's not natural, kind of like the
Constrictor.
python or huh?
Constrictor.
Yeah, they're just the constrictor snakes. But they're not natural to the Florida and stuff. That was
Mhm.
introduced by the pet industry. All right, but
Oh, yeah.
they don't have a
Hurricane
natural
Andrew.
predator, Yeah, the anaconda. That's what it is, Joe. Good to see you back. But they're not natural to Florida, so they don't really have a natural predator to keep them in check. So they become like an invasive species and stuff
Oh
like that.
yeah,
So,
they have the tegus down there. You've got
yeah,
the saltwater crocs that are actually amazingly um the saltwater, what is it, a saltwater American croc or something like that?
yeah,
We
yeah,
got one of
yeah,
that. We got some of them down there.
yeah.
Plus
There's
you
a
got the gators,
I
and
think it's
that's the
like the only
closest
state.
thing.
I think we're the only state that has both alligators and crocodiles.
Yes, sir. Pretty much if you go outside and it's wet, there's something in there that wants to kill you.
Oh yeah, I mean, if it ain't a snake, it's something else. You know what I mean? But they're damn good eating, though. I'm gonna tell you. You know, gators and fucking
I've
crocodiles.
had gator tail down there before. It's good. It's
Yeah.
like swampy chicken.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. If you ever get the chance, like especially if you get a fresh kill or something like that, I'm gonna tell you the best part of the meat on an alligator is the back strap. If you ever get the chance, the back strap is like filet mignon, man. It is good. It is really good. I mean, it's better than the tail. Now, there's a lot of muscle on an alligator, and there's, I mean, everything from the jaw. I mean, all of it. I mean, there the legs. I mean, there's a lot of meat that's actually muscle on an alligator, but the back strap is the best. Fucking, it's so good, man. And yeah,
Huck says y'all need Komodo dragons for the full Jurassic Park experience.
yeah. You know, another thing too. I mean, you know, like I don't even think that the like the iguanas are native to Florida. That was
No, I don't
introduced.
think they
That was
are either.
introduced by the goddamn pet industry, also. You
Oh
know, the
yeah, everything got
exotic
loose
pet
down
industry.
there.
Yeah, and that's gotten big time invasive. You know, in some parts of Florida, it's like, man, if it gets too cold, they start falling out of the goddamn trees and shit. You know.
Mm-hmm. My cousin was laughing talking about drop lizards.
Yeah,
Lizard warnings.
for real. Yeah, yeah, for real. Lucky you, Croc and Gators. Yeah, dude. Joe, man, I'm serious, man. If I had some fucking gator meat, I'd bring it to that fucking meat this weekend. If I had some gator meat and throw that on the fucking grill. I wonder if anybody's gonna bring in gator meat. There's, I don't know what kind of food's gonna be cooked out there this weekend.
I
I'm
don't
sure.
know, but I'd be very disappointed of all of you if nobody did a seafood boil.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't. I mean, this meet will be the like. I think they were talking about this is going to be the last time they're going to do it, but they did it last year and the year before. But and Joe was telling me they had like 3 grills going, man, or something like that last year.
Nice.
Tons of fucking food going. You know, so I don't know what they're going to do this year or not. I have no idea. I mean, I was tempted. I'm tempted. I don't know if I'm going to do it or not, but I'm tempted. I've got deer sausage in the freezer right now. I got venison sausage right now in the freezer that I'm thinking I might bring just to throw it on the grill. But I don't know. There's probably going to be a lot of food as it is anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I
I don't
mean,
know.
that wouldn't be bad, but I had let's see, red snapper down there while I was there. Watched that get caught in real time. That sucker was huge. I
Hmm.
mean, I tell you, that sucker had to be every bit of about almost 3 feet, I guess, from the bottom of the belly to the top of the fin, and about
Yeah,
4 foot long. That
yeah.
sucker was huge. Good God, was that big? That was so good.
I
Oh
bet that
boy.
was a. I bet that was a workout trying to get that thing reeled in.
It took them probably a good hour and change to get that sucker into the
Yeah.
boat.
I've seen some guys out there fighting fucking tuna, and them damn things get huge and they are strong, by God. You sit out there for hours trying to reel one of them suckers in. You know,
Mm-hmm.
talk about it's like you talk about this thing, this damn they can get like big. I mean, like 5, 6 foot long, you know, that kind of thing. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's fucking craziness. But, you know, I hadn't been fishing. I don't like saltwater anymore. I've been around most of these beaches and fucking saltwater most of my life. I'm so fucking over it. Nowadays, man, if I go out on the water, I'm gonna go for all these freshwater springs and these rivers and shit. I'd rather deal with an alligator versus a shark any day. You know what I mean? I don't want to fuck around with a shark. I'd rather fuck around with a goddamn gator. Fuck all that.
We've had bull sharks come up here. We've had great whites and orcas come up here.
Yeah.
Ironically, we have the largest shark nursery of any place in the world.
Yeah.
Right in the bay. And I used to catch hell. All of my family used to give me shit because I used to laugh about, you'll never get me in that water. Ha 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 ha. For the longest time. Because I was the only damn one that read about the bay incessantly. And I'd joke and I was like, I'm not getting in that water. Hell no. You're not getting me in that water past my knees. And they're like, why? And I was like, oh, it's sharks, man. They used to give me shit about it. Sure enough, years later, after we had bull sharks come up through there, a great white that was like 12, 15 feet, something like that, come up through there that was tracked and tagged, come up through there. And I kept telling them, look, y'all gave me shit. Look, here's the link. Here's the whole thing. Y'all live right down there by that marine museum. And they tell you that that's the reason why they were studying them all and trying to keep that whole system intact because that's where all of these different breeds of sharks come and have their babies and they raise up and then they go on and they go to their preschool, if you will, from there. And he used to give me hell about it. Sure enough, there's like all these different kind of sand sharks and all these different kinds of ones out there. So you ain't going to pay me to do it. Nope, 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 nope.
Well, that was the thing about down here in Panama City. Every fucking year, there's at least one shark attack, and it's all these fucking stupid tourists that because there's like you get off the beach, and there's two sandbars. There's you go off the beach, there's one sandbar. You go a little further out, there's another sandbar, and you get out past the second sandbar, your ass gonna be shark bait, all right there. And these dumbass fucking tourists, that don't know nothing, they go out there, and next thing you know, they're swimming out there past the second sandbar. And every fucking year, there's at least one shark attack at the minimum. You know what I mean? Every fucking year. And it's usually some stupid fucking, college or high school, college kid or some shit like that coming down, fucking spring break or something like that, and some stupid shit, just it's just funny. It's either they're getting bit by a damn shark or they're falling out of a damn condominium or something, balcony or something. Some stupid crap.
Well, y'all got here in another few months. Y'all gonna have your Mardi Gras.
Yeah. The what is it?
From Jacksonville all the way out to Texas.
Was it we got the redneck Riviera.
Oh yeah. That was one of the funny things I learned out there in Pensacola I was like, why in the hell do they do Mardi Gras here? Well, it's because, you had all these same groups of people and they went from Florida and they come in Florida and then they just traipse their way all the way. Okay, if you say so. Well, it's because they brought all these, it goes back to the pirate days and and it just turns into a whole thing, and it's because all of these French pirates and they
Dude,
just
there's so
created
many
the
damn
tradition and
shipwrecks.
kept it rocking.
Yeah, there's so many damn shipwrecks all over in the bay, up in the Gulf of Mexico, all the way around toward the east side of Florida, all along there, down toward the down toward the tip of down like Miami and the Keys and all that stuff. There's all kinds of shipwrecks all around there and stuff. A lot of Spanish cooking. Matter of fact, there's a guy when I lived down in Key West. He had like a little booth where he did glass blowing, and he'd do all these like little trinkets and shit like that, made out of glass and stuff. And he was he had a I can't remember what kind of boat it was, but it was a single hull boat. All right. And he fucking was out, and I don't know, got in this one spot out toward like I think there's like the Dry Tortugas or something like that. I can't remember exactly where
Mhm.
it was. It was out one of those islands out that way out by the Keys and shit. And
Mhm.
and fucking he got high centered. You know, the tide went down and he got fucking stuck on a sandbar. And he was
Mhm.
sitting out there for a long time until the tide came back up where he can get back out. But while he was out there, he was next to one of these mangrove islands out there, and he found these what he thought were like lead bricks. You know, he was just assuming they were like ballast from an old boat or something like that. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Well, he ended up putting a bunch of those in the bottom of his boat, and uh, didn't think anything of it. And one of the guys that he had working for him, you know, doing some work on the boat, and he got down in the bottom of the, you know, down at the bottom of the boat and where all that shit was and stuff like that, working on something. And I think he dropped like a fucking wrench or something and nicked one of them. And god damn it, if it wasn't gold fucking bricks,
Mm.
dude, he fucking he once he found out they were gold fucking bricks, man, he fucking went to his apprentice that was working with him in this little booth that they did the glass blowing and stuff, handed
Mhm.
him the keys and said, "This is yours now. It's all yours. I'm out." He fucking just turned over the business to the dude and said, "Here, it's all you." And he fucking took off. He's fucking living good now. But
I bet.
dude, I mean, I knew another guy that this was what was it down by West Palm Beach,
Mhm.
and he was out there just walking the beach at night one night, and you know it was like a full moon and shit like that, and he was just kind of walking around. Next thing you know, you start seeing like little shimmering things out there, just right where the beach was kind of like lapping the sand and stuff,
Yeah.
and and he was like thinking it was just like like reflections of like silver fish or something like minnows or like bait
Mhm.
fish whatever. Well, come to find out it was fucking silver coins. Well,
Hmm.
he went out, he got a few of those things, and he's like, well shit man, I'll just come back and I'll grab the rest of them later. Well, by the time he got back, the head tide had come up and kind of like I don't know, buried him again, but he never found him again. But I was sitting there, I was like, man, there's no telling. There's actually the guy, what was his name? Um, Mel Fisher. I don't know if you know that name, but he used to do a lot of shipwrecks and stuff. I used to dive in for about a bunch. There, he found all kinds of like Spanish gold and shit like that from some of
Mhm.
these shipwrecks and shit. And there's actually a museum down in Key West, or yeah, I think it was Key
Mhm.
West, where he's got like a it shows all the different pictures and stuff. They even got this like glass box with like a gold brick from one of the wrecks that it's in there, and it's got a hole in there so you can actually touch it and shit. You know
Oh
what I
wow.
mean? It's not even big enough where you can get your hand and the brick out at the same time, kind of thing. So
Oh
you
yeah.
couldn't like couldn't get it out, but you can actually put your hand in this gold in this box and actually touch it and hold it and feel how heavy it is and all that stuff. It's pretty cool. But
Wow.
there's all kinds of like old Spanish galleons and shit like that
Oh
all
yeah.
wrecked out
I
there in
imagine.
out there on that coral reef and shit, from back in the
I
day.
imagine that was wild just to be able to go down to Miami years back and see coral just laid up on the beach.
Oh, dude, I used to meet when I was a kid. Me and my, 'cause, me, my brother, and my dad, when we were young, when I was young, we all became certified scuba divers,
Okay.
and we used to go down to West Palm Beach and stuff and go diving out there on the coral reef and shit. Take a charter boat and fucking just and go, I don't know, like 5 or 6 miles off in out in the ocean and fucking where the coral reef and all that stuff is, and go diving and stuff. And that's the first time I actually fucking saw a shark, like really close. Because I was down on some coral. My brother and my dad were like, looking at something else, and I was down in some coral, and I found a lobster. So I'm sitting there trying to tickle this lobster out, you know what I mean, to try and get it out. Maybe I can get me a lobster for dinner, type of thing. And I'm
Mhm.
sitting there tickling this fucking lobster and shit. Next thing you know, I see this huge shadow, like like if you're standing here and you saw like an airplane went right over you and it casts like a shadow on the ground.
Mhm.
That's what kind of how big this fucking shadow looked. It looked like a fucking airplane just went right over me. And
Oh,
I look up and I'm looking over at my dad and my brother, and they're like fucking pointing, and I'm like, "What the fuck you pointing at?" And I look, and it was like this huge fucking shark that just went right over me, and I'm like, I didn't know it at the time, but it evidently was like a nurse shark. You know, it was like a
oh yeah.
big
Yep,
fucking nurse
yep, yep,
shark.
yep.
And but I'm sitting there, I'm like, ah, it freaked me out. I didn't know what at the time. I didn't know what the fuck. I was like, fucking a. But I mean, it was like this huge shadow that fucking came over me when I saw it. But
Them suckers get about 9, 10 feet long.
dude, it was huge, man. It was bigger than me, put it that way. And
Hmm.
I mean, at that time, I think I was probably, I don't know, 14 or 15, something like that. I mean, something like 14, 15 years old, something like that. And
Hmm.
it was bigger than me, man. And I don't
Hmm.
know. Have you ever seen those nature shows and stuff like that where like divers would like grab a hold of like a sea turtle on the back and kind of like swim with
Hmm.
it?
Hmm.
Well, my brother thought he was going to be slick motherfucker. We happened to see a big ass sea turtle swimming around out there while we were diving out there in West Palm Beach and shit. And he thought he was going to be slick and grab a hold of the back of that sucker and swim with it. Well, he's starting there trying, swimming behind it, trying to catch up to it, man. And he probably, I don't know, probably got, I don't know, probably like, I don't know, 10 foot away from this sucker. This thing
Hmm.
did like a loopy loop and fucking started swimming back toward my brother. My brother was like sitting there doing a back paddle and shit, trying to get away from it and stuff. I was like, goddamn. I was like, it was like, man, we were laughing about that for fucking
Guy's
ever.
coming to come fuck him up.
Yeah, I was like, that'll learn you. Don't you don't want to.
Hmm.
And it was a big sea turtle too. It's like a big motherfucker. And
It's
but
funny. We had one of them float up on the beach here probably about 4 or 5 years back. It was wild because I'd never seen one up close like that before. Everybody's
yeah,
like, "Oh God, get away, get away, get away!"
yeah,
Da-da-da-da-da. And then it was like, "Okay, well, sorry, we're gonna have to clear the beach." It's like, "Damn it, man!"
yeah. They got
Come to go
laws.
test the thing and found out it had that necrotizing fasciitis crap.
Oh yeah,
I was like, "Oh goody, that's all we need up here too."
dude. Yeah, they got laws down here on the beach when it comes down to the lights and stuff like that for all the houses and the condos and shit like that.
Hmm.
Like when they start, when the sea turtles come up on the beach and lay eggs and stuff like that, they got laws for the lights, so they don't get confused, because
Hmm.
they use the moonlight to kind of get, to basically, gain their bearings so they can get back to the water. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. And you got these, they got these porch lights and shit like that up on the shore on these condos and houses and stuff. They get confused and start walking the opposite direction. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And so yeah, that's a big deal down here. And then, I mean, because when I was a kid, back when I was living in Orlando, we used to, go to Daytona, New Smyrna, and Cocoa Beach all the time.
Hmm.
And that was back in the day when you could drive on the beach, you can have bonfires on the beach. You
Hmm.
can't do that shit anymore.
Hell
Um,
no, you can't do that nowhere.
no,
That's because
it's
they got to rebuild the beaches every few years.
yeah, and that's another thing too. That's the thing I don't like about, like, for instance, Panama City Beach. For instance, I mean, I haven't been down in Orlando in a long time, but down in Panama City, they put a lot of that white sand on there. That's not even really what all this. They call it the white sand beaches and shit. Well, hell, that's technically not even natural to the area. It's
Mm-mm.
not naturally a white sand beach, but they fucking put that sand there. You know what I mean? And a lot of stuff, especially like when the hurricanes and stuff, all that stuff kind of washes all that. They're sitting there they get dump trucks of that sand and fucking putting it out.
Hmm.
And it's just, I don't know. I remember, I
Well,
mean,
what was trippy
we used,
about Pensacola was how white those beaches were.
yeah.
I was like, good God. And then we come
Well, I
back
mean,
from the beach after, I want to say maybe 2 hours of being down there. My cousin and her husband were so burned. They ended up with like sun poisoning. I'd never seen two people blister up faster in my life. And they had clothes on, they had sunblock on.
that
And this
that's
was after that peak of the day. I was like, good God.
that's another reason why I don't like going to the beach. There's no shade. It's, I mean, that's why I like going to these freshwater springs and these rivers. I got shade. I got animals to look at. I mean, it's just a lot more peaceful. You know what I mean? I'm around nature. I'm not, around a bunch of fucking tourists and shit. Because I mean, I
Mhm.
can find some of these rivers, man, and I can go way upstream where nobody goes. I won't see a
Mm.
single soul all day long. You know what I mean? And it's fresh water. And I can sit there and watch the animals and listen to the fucking birds and whatever else. It's like, I enjoy that way much more than fucking around the damn beaches nowadays. I'm just so over it nowadays.
Mhm.
You
Well,
know.
where we are, when I go to, because we've got this beach here that is right up on, I guess, about maybe halfway up the bay. On the one side, it's on the Patuxent side. Now, the Patuxent River goes up into Baltimore, right? Baltimore is right up there at the corner, the eastern corner of the state. And then you go about another 45 minutes up up 95 and you get hit into Philly and Newark and all of that stuff. And you can be into New York in no time. Well, that beach right there, it's called Scientist Cliffs. And they have some of the coolest shit there right off of this little trail. And it's probably 2.5 miles from where you go and you park. And then you walk all this way through the woods. And you end up on this beach at this giant cliff face. And the cliff's probably, I don't know, 30 feet tall or so, 20, 30 feet tall. It's pretty ways up there.
Yeah.
And you go walking and you get to a point to where you can't walk anymore because the beach is just gone in either direction. You've got this little sliver of beach. But if you keep going and you got a little boat, you can sit out there and you get a little, anchor and you can get yourself stationary. You can sit there and you can fiddle in the cliff and you can dig out giant megalodon teeth.
Oh
It is
yeah.
the wildest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, there's when I used to live in Orlando, it's like you go out in Apopka.
Mm-hmm.
There's a place called Rock Springs. Back when I was a kid and stuff, we used to go to Rock Springs all the time. And if you just go down from where the spring comes out and then just go along with the current of the water and just go on down and stuff like that, where they got this main big ass pool and stuff down river or whatever, or down. All right. As you go along, you can scoop up a bunch of sand. All right, just from the bottom of the river. All
Mm-hmm.
right, and then you can sit there and sit there. You can find shark's teeth, just little ones, not like big shit, but little
Mm-hmm.
shark's teeth all over the place. And it's just it's like, and this is way inland. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it that right there tells you like there's majority of Florida at one time was under ocean. You know what I mean? Because I
Well,
mean,
it just goes back to that whole notion of the
huh?
biblical flood.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I mean, and it's just interesting because I used to do that all the time. Because I mean, when I was a kid, it's like I'd go out there specifically to find shark's teeth, so I can like make like shark's teeth necklaces and shit like
Mm-hmm.
that. You know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
I did that all the time when I was a kid because I mean it was just fun. And I actually the couple of springs you talk about a megalodon type thing. There was a guy, what was it? It's like I think it was Incafana Springs over here. This was years ago. It's probably like 20 years ago. Somebody found like one of those type of like a big motherfucker. I mean, this thing is about the size of both of my palms. You know what I mean? Like both of my hands together. That's how big this
Mm-hmm.
shark's tooth was. And found one of those out there, and one of those springs out there, like I think in Campina. And
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, this is up here in the Panhandle too. So I mean, I was like, man, this is like, dude, all of Florida was under ocean water at one time, evidently. You know?
And that's the wild thing is you only find them when you get digging in these, streams and these rivers
Hmm.
when you get right up along the edge of the bank.
Yeah.
And if you sat there long enough and you sit there and fiddle and fiddle and fiddle, and you were patient enough, you absolutely would find just all kinds of shark's teeth. Absolutely would, because yeah, the earth was covered in water.
Yeah.
So where the water meets the earth is going to be your highest probability of finding anything like that. I mean, you can find, I can't even tell you how many different kinds of fossils, trilobite fossils, and those nautilus fossils, and
Yeah.
whale jaw bones, and every manner of type of shark teeth there is.
Yeah.
You look at the different kinds. There's like saw teeth shark, or
Yeah.
saw shark's teeth, sawtooth
Yeah.
shark
Yeah.
teeth, and all of these little tiny, 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 tiny little skinny, that almost looks like a T.
Yeah,
Right.
I know exactly what you're talking about because that's what that type of like the ones I would find down there in Apopka at Rock Springs were like those little tiny ones, that are like a real, like almost like a little tiny dagger. You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Mhm.
Real sharp and real kind of thin looking. It
Mhm.
wasn't like a
It looks like
wide
a little
type
T.
tooth. Yeah,
Mhm. I know
and
exactly what you're talking about.
yep,
And they're everywhere, man. You can find them everywhere.
yep.
Those were some of the easier ones to find because they were just about every 10 feet. All
Dude,
you had to look for was little T's and little triangles.
like I said, I used to do that all the time. I'd just go down. I'd go down to the bottom of the fucking river and shit, and just scoop out like get like both my hands full of fucking sand, and then I'd come up on the shore and just start sifting through it. I would always find at least one. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
we'd go down there, and we used to go down there a lot. We used to go down there, I wouldn't say every weekend, but we'd go down there quite a lot and stuff because it was just at the time back then it was free, you know what I mean? Not a whole lot of people went out there. Now it's, you got to pay, and a shitload of people are out there all the time.
Mhm.
It's gotten a lot worse since I was a kid. But like I said, I was like, even on the beaches and stuff, man. I used to really enjoy. We used to drive our fucking truck, and we also back when I was also young, we had one of those old station wagon, almost like a Woody type station wagon. Had the wood
Mhm.
panels on the top on the sides and
Mhm.
shit. We had
Mhm.
one of those and stuff. We just drive that thing on the beach down at Daytona Beach and shit, and have a big ass bonfire and stuff right on the beach. Dude, it was so much
Mhm.
fun back then. And
Yeah, that's before everybody got all environmental conscious and
yeah,
began to understand that, yes, we could do all these things, but we had to
it-
make sure that we
goddamn
were
fucking
cleaning up behind ourselves and this, that, and the third.
yeah, I know. It's just, man, that ruined everything, man, everything. And then the developers came in because actually down here in Panama City, all right, for instance, Panama City and Panama City Beach and all that stuff. My dad, when he was in high school, this was all sand dunes. This was
Mhm.
all nothing but sand dunes down in Panama City Beach and all that stuff. Sand dunes, nothing for as long as you can see. All right. Now you can barely even see the beach because you got condos
Mhm.
blocking the fucking view of the fucking beach now, and everything. And that's one of the things that I hate about Florida is I'll put it this way. One of the things that I hate about that the I think is the most invasive species in Florida is the land developer, because
Mhm.
that is what is destroying natural old Florida, is all these fucking developers coming in there and developing every inch of this fucking land out here in Florida. And it drives me nuts, man, because you know a lot of the old natural old Florida type look, with like the Spanish moss and the fucking trees and all the fucking
Mhm.
swamp, even swampland to me is beautiful. All that's
Mhm.
getting fucking developed, and that's what attracted a lot of people to Florida, is that type of shit. Next thing you know, they fucking clear it all out, put a goddamn condo or housing development and shit like that. I hate
Mhm.
that crap, you know.
Well, that's what really was trippy to me was when we were in Fort Walton Beach and we went to go visit my uncle.
Yeah,
And at the time, he was living down there near Navarre.
right.
And they go, "Oh, this is this is Tiger Point. We're going to go down here and go drive around Tiger Point. I was like, okay. And they go, do you recognize it? I was like, why would I recognize it? I've only been down here for a few months. Well, you don't recognize it at all? No. Why? Oh, well, they did Jaws 3 out here or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, what? They're like, yeah, they did Jaws 3 out here. And then you get out there, you drive over the bridge, and then you get onto that little dune, and
Yeah.
you're driving around that little tiny dune and do the lap. And as you're on your way back, you pass the damn saucer house. I was like, shut up. Really?
Yep.
Looked like a damn UFO up on stilts, and that was somebody's house. I was like, okay,
Did
I
you
guess we're
know?
at a hurricane out in a spaceship.
Did you know there was an actual UFO crash in Navarre?
I did not.
Yeah, it was kind of like a Roswell fucking bullshit. It was the same exact thing. It was a crash out on Navarre Beach, actually, out there, and almost immediately it was shipped out to a damn aircraft carrier and disappeared from there. You know what I mean? But yeah, there was a crash in Navarre.
It
Um,
didn't disappear. They turned it into a house and put an inflatable alien on top of
Yeah,
it.
it could have been. It could be. I mean, I've been to Roswell. They did the same thing down there, and it's like every goddamn store in Roswell that fucking they use the alien as like a commercial gimmick now.
Mhm.
You know, and that crash happened in some farmer's field. There ain't nothing out there, but there's like a big pawn shop in Roswell. It's got a big alien and a spaceship as part of their sign. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And that's just like it's crazy, man. You know, because I used to I went to New Mexico and I ended up in Capitan, New Mexico. I was in Santa Fe and I was in was it Taos, Rio Doso. I was out running around like different parts of fucking like Roswell. I went to Roswell to visit that and all kinds of shit. When I was in Capitan, I actually my van broke down because I was living on my van at the time. My van broke down in Capitan, which is just right outside of Lincoln County, where like Billy the Kid and the Lincoln County Wars and all that shit happened.
Okay.
It's just right down the road from that. And actually, in Capitan, um, there's you remember the old Smokey the Bear, oh, you can prevent forest fires, that
Yeah.
shit. Well, that actually originated from a real live bear. In Capitan, they had a huge forest fire out there, one of the out there in the plains and shit. And the forest people or the forest rangers or whatever, they found a baby bear up in the top of a tree with like I don't know, it's like almost 90% of its body kind of like burnt. You know what I
Ooh.
mean? Because it was trying to outrun the fire and stuff. It ended up in the top of a tree. Well, um, at that
All
moment,
right, Emma.
what are they going after? They're going after something. Oh, it's a coyote.
That'll do it.
It's a fucking coyote out there. You hear him? You hear him howling?
Mm-mm.
You hear
Near
him?
the dogs.
You hear him howling?
Oh, yeah, I did that time. That's trippy.
There's also there's a wolf preserve not that far away. So I mean, when they start going off, man, next thing you know, my dogs will start fucking howling and shit right back at them. But that was a
Hmm.
coyote. I can hear the coyote out there. So they're howling back at the coyote.
We got one. We got one. I guess that made it down to near where I was telling you about the megalodon teeth here
Yeah.
recently over the summer. Last time, I think it's been probably 10 years, give or take. It
Yeah.
was somebody had a pet coyote that got loose. You're not allowed to have them around here, so they went ahead and euthanized the poor thing that got loose and euthanized it to make sure it wasn't, carrying rabies or some crazy thing. And sure enough, it was negative, and I was like, that's just awful, you know. I mean, I get it because they're an invasive species, blah 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 blah.
Whatever.
But you know, we used to have bobcats and black bears and all that other stuff down here too.
Well, see, that's the thing too. Like the black bears, I mean, I see them down toward the beach. All right. I don't really see them this far north, but just recently, what was it, about a couple of months ago, there's a guy, and I'm kind of probably about, I don't know, say about 30 minutes north of the beach, you know, kind of like in the rural areas. And, but I don't, you know, there's a guy that lives like right down the road. There's a guy right down the road that caught one of the black bears on his game camera. And I was
Hmm.
like, "Holy shit, they're fucking migrating north now for some reason." And
I
but
wouldn't be surprised. I was driving from Fort Walton Beach one night back to our place out in Pace when we were moving out there. And I was driving the back road between, like, you know how you go on 10 and you go from Fort Walton Beach to Pensacola on 10. And
yeah,
then there's that little side back way that runs through Pace and Milton and then
yeah,
wraps back around
yeah.
to Pensacola across Scenic Highway. Well, I was riding that back road and I drove past, and it was one of those moments where it was like, holy shit, this is just like one of those shows on TV where you see the thing walk across, you know, the road and they're going, oh my God, was it a Bigfoot? What was it? What was that? I had to stop. And I stopped and I ended up stopping right by the damn thing. It was a black bear sitting there on the side of the road like a teddy bear on his butt,
Yeah.
just chilling. I was like, nuh-uh, there ain't no way. And then I turned around and came back, drove past him again. I was like, oh my God, it is a bear. And I was like, shit, now I'm going the wrong way. Turn back around, go back the right way. And I'm like, that bear's got to be like, can I help you?
I mean, I think
I'd
the only
never
reason,
seen one up close like that.
well, I mean, you know, I think one of the reasons why they're probably migrating north because everything's getting built up all through there. I mean, you
Mm-hmm.
know, housing developments, fucking, you know, condos and all kinds of shit. So there's all the areas where they would be that's undeveloped is disappearing. All right, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, this was probably, I don't know, probably like 15 years ago. I was dating this girl that lives right there in Santa Rosa Beach, you know, around that area,
Mm-hmm.
like towards
Mm-hmm.
Sandestin and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I was staying at her house. This was like, you know, Halloween. All right. All right. And, you know, we did the whole Halloween thing. You know, I was over at her house, like passing out candy and shit like that or whatever. The day after Halloween, all right, where she lives is like, you know, it's, you know, like 5 minutes from the beach. All right. Right
Mm-hmm.
there in Santa Rosa Beach and stuff like that. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and she's got this like little neighborhood, and then there's a section that has been undeveloped, and then there's another housing development just past that. So like, you know, there's a huge piece that was undeveloped at the time, and so you know, the bears kind of hang out there. Well, evidently, man, um, the s- the smell of all that, they're fucking going crazy, man. The smell of that, all that sugar and candy and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
attracted it, you know, because they were coming from the wooded area, like trying to make their way through the neighborhood to the other undeveloped area,
Mm-hmm.
and it was three cubs and a mother,
Oh,
and
Jesus.
oh my gosh, man, there was a couple of dogs in this fucking backyard that had the cubs treed up in a damn tree for a while. And you know, the mother was trying to, you know, get them out of the tree and then get them out of the neighborhood, that kind of thing. But I'm sitting there, I came out of the house, and they finally come down to the tree, and she was trying to get them across the neighborhood and stuff like that to the other part of the area. And I'm sitting there, I'm trying to scare them. And I'm sitting there thinking in my mind, I'm like, this is a dumb fucking move. You know what I mean? This is a mother
Mm-hmm.
with three fucking cubs. This motherfucking shit, this could get really bad if I keep on fucking around. You know what I mean? But I'm sitting there, I'm just like, just keep on going, move, move, you know, that kind of thing. And I finally decided, I was like, okay, listen, I don't want to fuck with a mother bear right now with 3 of her cubs. I don't want to fuck with this shit. So I decided, I was like, okay, I don't need to do this. So I went back in the house. But you know, but I was like, you know, like it was basically close enough. It was like the next door neighbor's house. That's about how close it was. You know what I mean? That close. And I was like, man, that's the first time I've come up that close to a fucking bear around here.
That's
But
wild.
yeah, and like I said, you know, it's like it's getting so developed down there now. It's probably one of the reasons why they're trying to migrate north now to some of the rural area up here because um that dude that's right down the road from me caught one on his game camera fucking around with one of his deer feeders or something like that. And I
Mm-hmm.
was like, oh shit, man. Now we got bear and coyotes and stuff like that. Cause I don't really see coyotes out all that often. I see their, you know, I know they're out there because I've come across one before, you know, because
Mm-hmm.
I was sitting out here fucking around with one of the creeks around here, and I was just kind of fucking around, you know, that kind of thing. Just kind, I wasn't making a lot of noise, but next thing you know, I heard something, you know, come trotting down through the woods towards the creek where I was at, and I'm sitting there just watching. And sure enough, man, I had just cut a trail through the woods with my machete, and you know, and I'm sitting there, you know, fucking around in the creek and stuff after I did that, and sure enough, that damn coyote come trudging down the hill, and right where I was cutting the trail, it stopped and started sniffing the freshly cut branches that I just cut and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
and then looked straight at me, and I mean, it's almost like it as if it said, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" And then turned its head and just trotted right off. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? I was like, "Oh shit," you know. So I know they're out here. I just don't see them all that much. But and like I said, I mean that's what I just heard. Just that's what's getting the dogs going because I can hear it. I know the difference between the like I know what a coyote sounds like when they howl, and then I know the difference between that and a wolf, because like I
Oh
said,
yeah.
there's a wolf preserve that's not too far away, you know, but at night when it's like this and it's real quiet out, the sound travels like really
Mm-hmm.
far. And when they
Mm-hmm.
start howling, you can hear them pretty good, you know what I mean? And my dogs would start there and just howling right back at them, you know. It's like they're out there howling like fucking wolves and shit. And but that's exactly what they're barking at is a fucking coyote because I could tell the difference.
Well, it's
Uh,
trippy because not that long ago, I looked in the newspaper and it said something, I don't know, maybe a month ago, a little bit over a month ago, about them catching a black bear up here. And I was like, dude, what? I mean, I could see him maybe coming across the bridge across Virginia, from Virginia over, but they would have to literally be coming across the bridge over there by where Monticello is.
yeah, yeah,
You know,
probably.
and that's below DC. Like
Yeah,
it's a straight shot if you go from DC, from the White House, you cut across the Beltway and you take
yeah,
that little off ramp and you
yeah.
follow it
I
south
know what
and
you're talking
then
about. Yeah,
make
yeah,
a left hand turn, go south again, and you go across 301. You go across that bridge that I think it's not Thomas Johnson. It is the Thomas Johnson Bridge. Yes, it is. The Thomas Johnson Bridge between Charles County and it goes into King George, Virginia. And they were supposing, air quotes, that this bear had walked across the bridge and got over. I'm like, you gotta be crazy. This has gotta be somebody's pet because it was a younger bear. I mean, he
right.
could have swam, who knows? But, you wouldn't think that that'd be the case, but then again, they do all that um, water bomb testing stuff where they'll get rid of a bunch of ordnance off the military bases around in
Yeah,
the area and stuff, and they'll collect all the old ordnance, and then they'll just take them out there out in the Potomac River, and then they'll just detonate them, and you'll
Yeah.
hear that for hours and hours and hours during your day.
Yeah.
And that was the thought, was maybe it had gotten startled because it was a younger bear. It had gotten startled, so it ran away from all the noise when all of that stuff started going, and it either swam across or ran across that bridge to get the hell away from it.
Yeah. That's good possible. I mean, seriously. I mean, hell, I wouldn't be surprised in some ways because, I mean, like here you got Tyndall Air Force Base and Eglin Air Force Base and stuff. And you get out toward Eglin and stuff like that, all that land out there on Eglin, you know, um, they do a lot of stuff out there, and I mean, there's certain times of the year and certain places of Eglin that they don't do any of that shit. And they open it up for like, hunting and during hunting seasons and stuff.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. They had Steve
Yeah.
Irwin come try to get the wild hogs out of there that year that I was there.
Yeah. And well, that's they were. I mean, it wasn't Steve Irwin, but it was somebody else, one of those other people like that. But they were trying to do like a big zoo thing just around here that was going to be kind of like some big fucking thing. It actually fell through. It never did happen, but they were trying to do something like that a few years back or whatever. This is after Steve died, but I mean, it was like, some other, like Jack Hanna or some shit like that or whatever, you know what I mean? Kind of thing. But they were going to do some kind of big zoo thing. But yeah, um, and fucking pigs. I mean, the wild pigs around here, man, they can get bad though. I mean, they're damn good eating, but I'm gonna tell you something, man. There's some places out toward like was it Ponce de
Defuniak
Leon?
Springs and out
Yeah,
that neck of the woods.
yeah, Defuniak and Ponce de Leon and shit like that.
Hmm.
I mean, there's some places out that way, man. It's like you get out there in the real wetlands and stuff, and if you get those wild pigs out there and a big family of them, it almost looks like a damn bulldozer come through there because they're out there
Hmm.
fucking just tearing it up, man.
Hmm.
And then I had a friend of mine. He's passed away now, but there's a friend of mine that used to. He had a couple of farmers around here that had some of these crops around here and stuff like that. That pigs would keep on getting in there and fucking up their crop. They pay him to go out there and hunt those pigs,
Hmm.
and he'd go out there and seriously, he'd go out there and get 3 or 4 fucking big 250-pound sows and shit like that. Come back, process them out, put them in the fucking, put all the fucking meat in coolers, and then go right back out and get 3 or 4 more. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I mean, he'd go out there with a night vision scope and just pick them right off. You know what I mean? And I mean, dude, that dude that had some of the best fucking sausage and stuff that he would make out of that. Golly, it was so good.
Well,
And
if I remember, it was Steve Irwin before he passed that went through there
yeah,
because they were doing some sort of thing with him where they were getting him to come in to come catch these damn things
yeah,
because it was like 2000, either the end of 2000 or the beginning part of 2001, somewhere in there. But that within the end of 2000 and the end of 2001, in that year
that
time frame.
that is right around that time because right around when 9/11 happened. I was living in North Carolina at that time, and I said, "Fuck it, that's getting too close to my backyard." So I came back down to Florida, and I came back, and I've been down about basically right here where I'm at since then. So that was
Right
right
on.
around the time when I came back down to Florida, and I've been here pretty much, uh, you know, because I went traveling around. I ended up in all over the place. I went all over the U.S. and stuff like that. I mean, there was like 10 years of my life I was homeless, man. I went traveling around the country and shit, and but at the time, when 9/11 happened, I was in North Carolina at the time, and I was like, "Fuck this! I'm going back to Florida."
Yeah, I was at a job site at the Pensacola Christian Academy as it was being built, and everybody on the job site just stopped Like everything stopped. And everybody was just standing around Bubbles's little, that was the job foreman, standing around Bubbles's little golf cart thing that he was riding around on because he had a little radio there. And everybody was just listening to the radio. And then he just kind of dispersed everybody, and everybody just kind of moseyed to their cars. And he didn't say anything, but everybody just sat and listened in their cars, and wasn't. But every couple other car that you looked at, you see people wiping their eyes. It was wild.
I didn't get all that emotional. I mean, put it this way: I was working third shift at a bar at the time, and so I was asleep when the first one hit. And I was dating the dishwasher. There's this chick that was the dishwasher at the bar I worked at. I was dating her at the time. And next thing you know, she fucking came to me, and when she saw the first one hit, she came, because I lived like 3 blocks, or probably a little less than 3 blocks from the bar. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And she came straight over to my fucking apartment, fucking banging on my door, and came right into the door, turned on the TV. That's when the second one hit. Pretty much right as she turned on the TV, because I'm like, she was banging on the door, came straight into the apartment, turned on the TV. That's when I saw the second one hit. All right. That was like a live shot of it. So yeah, I was sitting there. I was like, what's going on? Is this fucking real? You know what I mean? I thought it was a damn movie or something. And she's like, no, this is fucking live TV on the news. I was
Well,
like,
it wasn't, but maybe like, I don't know. I want to say 6 months later or something. You had the Beltway sniper pop off.
right.
That was all the way around DC and all up and
I
down.
remember that. The guy that was sitting in the trunk of his car or whatever.
Leroy Malvo.
Huh?
Leroy Malvo.
Yeah, he was like, he would like lay down in the back seat and point the rifle out of the back of his fucking trunk of his car or some shit like that.
Yep, they had little bullet holes that he was shooting from.
Yeah.
And shooting through out of this little hole on the back of it. And it was actually somebody at a rest stop that caught him.
I remember that.
Well, it freaked me out because
he was like ex-military, wasn't he? Something like that.
I think so. He was some sort of militant dude that was former military, and he had recruited some teenager to help him. And they kind of had an idea of what the description of the car looked like, and he was actually posted up at a rest stop near there. And a couple had pulled into a rest stop there and actually spotted the car and got him busted. And that was the end of the thing. So
yeah, I remember that.
There was a lot of shit that was going on all around that same time. You had NIH had that great big anthrax leak.
Yeah. Whatever happened to that shit? They never fucking caught the motherfucker who was doing that either, did they?
Sure didn't. And that was wild because it had to have come from out of that lab.
That's what I'm saying. I want to say that was probably an inside job shit too, in my opinion.
I mean, it was all that shit all going on at the same time. You had 9/11, and then within 6 months, you had the Beltway sniper, and then you had the anthrax thing that popped off where they were sending shit of anthrax up to the different senators and stuff like that in DC. It was wild.
Well, I mean, it was like, what was it, a week before 9/11? I mean, they were grilling fucking Donald Rumsfeld because of that $2.3 trillion or something like that that just disappears from the fucking Pentagon.
Yep.
Well, 9/11 happened. Next thing you know, everybody forgot about that. You know what I mean? That was a good distraction. But actually, I mean, that was the reason why I was saying, I didn't get all that emotional about the fucking 9/11 thing. And the other thing that kind of pissed me off about 9/11 altogether is like, and this is just me, but I was like, everybody was fucking wearing all the goddamn American flag and all this other shit, and every single one of those American flags made in fucking China. I was like, god damn, dude. It's like, I get, but whatever. I don't know. I was just weird about that shit, man. I was like, um, you're wearing a Chinese made fucking American flag, an American flag above your, flying American flag made in China and all this shit. I was like, yeah, we're just funding communist fucking nations claiming it's all patriotism, whatever. I don't know. I'm really weird about that shit. It's the same thing with like fucking Trump sitting there saying, I want to put people in jail for a year for burning the American flag. I'm like, motherfucker, what if it's made in China? Does that matter? You know what I mean?
Well, that's a question. That's a very loaded question, I guess. But I
Yeah.
know, like, that whole thing freaked me out because I was supposed to come back up here from Florida to get seen up at NIH because I had appointments and stuff. And I was like, man, I do not want to fly after all this shit. I had just seen it was right around when Castaway come out. And I was like, man, and we hit all this turbulence. I was running one of those little puddle jumpers that come out of Pensacola, and it switched over in Atlanta to one of the bigger jets. And the whole way to Atlanta, like, there was all this turbulence, and there was like full grown big, like 6'6" dudes on that little thing, and it was just bouncing and bouncing and bouncing and bouncing and bouncing. It was like riding in a Jeep across dunes and shit.
Right.
And it was just bouncing all over the place. And you hear this big dudes in here just, ah, I was like, that's not making me feel a lot better, guy. Come on. But we managed to get switched over there. And they had some storm kick through at the time. So everybody got detoured and all of that stuff. And we had to stay over and lay over there, I think, for like 5 or 6 hours and then catch the next flight out early in the morning. I was like, my God, this is insane. And all I could keep thinking of, because when you land at Dulles Reagan, is right over there in Virginia, right in Arlington, over there across the bridge.
Right.
You're coming down as you descend, and you're coming down above the Potomac River, and it really screws with you because all you can see is water. And I had just watched that Tam movie. I'm like, oh my God, we're gonna wreck. Uh-oh. And then all these years later, they had that jet that took off out of the same damn, took off out of Dulles and then wrecked out there in the damn Potomac.
Yeah.
That shit's crazy, dude.
Yep. I've wondered who I've wondered who all was on that plane because I mean I've wondered if it was actually brought down on purpose, by to kill off a specific person that was on the plane, or something else. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well,
I
I was looking at it, and what it made me think of was because they said something like a bunch of ballet troupe or some such odd thing or something like that.
uh-huh.
And no disrespect to them, but it made me think of like the whole agenda with all of these, major aircraft builders were
Hmm.
going towards these drone
Yeah.
aircrafts. And I was like, well, I guess this is a perfect opportunity for them to see if the thing will respond in a scenario where they've got, an active
Right.
runway and airport. Apparently not, because it was, if I remember right, 67 total people had passed. And that was to include, I think, the helicopter pilot, supposedly, and everybody on the plane. But it just made me scratch my head because for the longest time they said 66, 66, 66, and then finally it went think 67. I was like, well, shit. Okay. But
Yeah.
I don't, it was weeks and weeks and they were still trying to retrieve everybody. And I'm like, biggest shark nursery in the whole world. You're not going to find them.
Yeah,
Not all of them.
not all of them anyway.
Mm-mm. I mean, we get great big, striped bass out there. We get all of these giant channel cats that are the blue cats out there. We get all kinds of big fish through there. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Well, my dear, it is 4:30 here. I've got to get my kiddo up here very soon, so I'm going to try to catch about 10 winks before she gets up, and I'm going to have to start my day here very soon.
Well, man, I'm gonna tell you, girl. I'm gonna tell you. I really appreciate you coming up and keeping me company when it comes down to it. I mean, I apologize. I haven't been. I've been trying to pay attention to chat, but I haven't been watching the chat all that much. But because I mean, honestly, man, this is I appreciate the conversation because quite honestly, man, it's like I get bored with just listening to myself talk. So I
Right on.
appreciate it. I really do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, I mean,
Always a
seriously.
pleasure.
I mean, my fire's dying out and my battery's getting low, so I'm gonna have to move inside anyway if I'm gonna keep doing it. But yeah, um,
Right on.
just coming back a while. You're taking off, CQ. Yeah, yeah. Indy just popped in.
Right on.
You know, but yeah, man. I mean, I'd love to have you back. Whenever I'm sitting out here, and sit by the fire and chat with me again. You know.
Absolutely. 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 And to everybody out there in YouTube land, God bless y'all. Much love. I will absolutely say hi to the littles for you, Indy. Tate, you have a good night. Navy, you have a good night. Nana, you have a good night. Mr. Sir Real Nil Mill, God
Yeah,
bless you. Whatever,
yeah. I mean,
whatever's going on
yeah.
with you, bud, God bless you.
I mean, there's like I said, that dude is like got 3 different accounts and he's using all 3 of them in the chat. You know.
Right on. Have a
Yeah.
good one, Huck. All
Yeah.
of y'all, thank you, Indy. I appreciate it, but I will catch y'all on the flip side.
Yeah. Right on. Be good or be good at it, girl.
Yes, sir. Have a good one, y'all.
All right. All right, you guys. I think I am going to move inside. I don't know if I'll cut it off yet, but I'm going to have to move inside and put this phone on charger because my fire's dying out. And but I can still hang out a little bit longer once I put this phone on the charger and stuff. And it's 3:33 on my clock right now, local time, at the sound of the tone, 3:33. Dude. But I will move this into the inside and charge this thing up. And like I said, there's the panel is open. If anybody does want to come up and hang out, and especially if I know you, um, I'll put the link in. I'll put it in right now anyway. But if I know you, I'll let you up. If I don't know you, you ain't coming up. Put it that way. Um, so let's see here. I think, da, 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 da. Boom. There we go. Um, all right, I'm gonna move this inside real quick. And so give me a minute. Let me get some things together here. And grab all my shit. I'll be right back and I'll grab the phone. All right. That's what's left of the fire. That'll burn itself out in a little while. So let me move this thing in here. And for the people that I don't know, the only way we'll be able to get to know each other is if if I do the back stream. I'll let you up on backstage and all that stuff, and then we can get to know each other. Or I've seen you around the chat enough to get to know you. I'll probably let you up on regular stream, but other than that, uh, I don't trust anybody otherwise. There's too many people that want to screw with me. But like I said, I got the link in the chat. If anybody does want to come up and panel and sit here and conversate and conversate, sit here and talk a bit about this and that. This is your brain on Reddit. Yeah. How are you in Central Time? There's 2 time zones in Florida. That's why. There's 2 different time zones in Florida. I guess people don't know that. And I'm in Central Time Zone. Let's see here. Let me go back and read some of the chat here. Yeah, this guy, this Surreal and what else was he going by? Fucking oh, I see Steel and Tree popped in. I didn't even see him pop in. I'm sorry. I've been Pilgrim. I didn't see you pop in either. And that Surreal Impassant and this other dude, they're all the same one. He's got 3 different accounts. He's messing around in the chat. I don't understand that shit. And Navy. People in Florida not knowing they have 2 time zones would explain a lot of things. I'm from Florida. I knew that. Shit. That's the reason why. I mean, I was like, but there are some people that don't realize it, I guess, but they're not native Floridians. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm sorry I have not been watching the chat that much, y'all. I apologize. Um, Tate, what's up, Huckleberry, all you guys, Nana. I apologize. And Joe Cole came in there for a little while. Um, let's see here. Star Force, that's a new one I haven't seen before. Snook said she brought a bunch of people over here from Discord, so I don't know. Some of these new names in there. I guess the Snook's crowd from Discord. Star Force. Did you have a different name at one time? I mean, because I don't recognize the Star Force for some reason. I don't recognize the handle, put it that way. Oh, okay. Well, all right, right on. Yeah. Oh man, I'm trying to get a fire under my ass talking about it when it comes down to the fucking radio shit. Um, I'm trying to get a fire under my ass and get all my shit stuff fixed up and done. Like I said, I was talking to my buddy John today. Matter of fact, today or yesterday, technically, I was talking to him about that. Probably next week or the week after. It depends on his schedule too, because he's in and out of the fucking hospital all the time. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to get John to come over here and his hand. It's like it's his handle is 514. So if you ever on 38, you know, yeah, that's 514 out here, and that's my buddy John. He he's supposed to when we get some time, he's going to help me take my tower down, and then I've got to once I get the tower down and the antenna and the tower down, I got to try and put all that stuff back up. I got to try to find a spot to put the tower up, and then I got to figure out what's exactly wrong with the antenna, fix that, and then depending on where I put the tower and the antenna and all that shit, I got to figure out if the coax that I've got is long enough or not. If it's not, I've got to get coax. I also got to get a power supply to run the radio. And hopefully, maybe I can. Me and John were sitting there talking about that because he wants me to help him paint some of his house. So I could probably we're going to probably work out some kind of deal where I can, you know, do some work for him over there, and then turn around and use some of that money to get a power supply with it, or do some of the work for a power supply, whatever. And then I can get back on the air. And I need to get it done anyway, man. I've been off the air for too damn long. I've been off the air for almost 2 years now, or a little over 2 years. And I'm just like, God damn it, man. And plus John, he gets on my ass. He's like, man, you need to get back on the radio. It's like, it gets lonely out there without you out there. I get people asking about you all the time and all this other stuff. Well, I was like, fuck, dude. I just need to get off my ass and now it's getting cooler out. It's not quite as hot during the day. So this is probably a good time to get out there and fuck around with that antenna and tower right now. So what I'm gonna do is sometime like probably probably next week or something like that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the antenna down by myself, get the coax down, and then I'll in the next week or so get John to come out there and help me, because I need to build a gin pole and fucking and get that where I can get up on the tower, unbolt everything while he's um down on the ground, holding the rope and shit like that. And so I can just get him to lower the pieces down as I get everything unbolted and all that other shit. And get that done. And then I gotta, stick it back up, put it back up. So I'm hoping I can get all this stuff done, pretty darn quick, all on, and then, like I said, I have to figure out the power supply and the coax and all that shit and fix the antenna, and hopefully I can get all that stuff done pretty damn quick and get back on the air because I want to get it done anyway. Because I want to get back on the radio, and then on top of that, it's like if an emergency was happening or something like that, I need to have the fucking radio in operation, anyway. So it's one of them things. And hashtag lurkers matter, Indy. Oh man. It's it was pretty awesome to see fucking Nikki come in the other day or the other morning or whatever. It was pretty fucking awesome. She's just been working and stuff like that, and she's got weird hours. She just can't, come out this time in the mornings anymore and stuff like that. But it's been like a few years, a couple of years or something like that since I've seen her. So it was really good to see her pop in. And I was like, man, I I'm hoping that one of these days I get her get her in the backstage or something like that, and actually hear her voice again. 'Cause I miss her. She's good. She's a good girl. She's been going through some shit. And what is it? What's Yeah, if Indy on the last stream I did, I sent you a text, but evidently you weren't up and around or something like that. I was kind of hoping that you'd come in when she was here, you know. Um, that's why I sent you that text and stuff. But if you go through the last stream, like toward I think it's like about middle ways or something like that, is when she first pops in and she stays in pretty much the whole damn time after that. So I mean, she did pop in. So I was like, that was awesome, man. I was like, I was really glad to, have her. I was like, I was so excited to see that fucking name come popping up in my chat. That was so fucking awesome. I hadn't, you know, and I try, because what is it? It's that one channel, John's channel. What is it? Prepared Mind or whatever. She used to go to that one. She used to hang over on that one for a long time. I every once in a while I pop in over there just on the off chance that I happen to bump into Nikki over there. But I haven't, and I don't really hang over on John's channel all that much. But I knew that she did, and like I said, I just on the off chance I happen to bump into her over there. Yeah, don't worry about it. You know, it was just an off chance thing. It was like, I was like, oh man, you know, I was I was telling her, I was like, man, I was just talking about you like probably like 3 or 4 days earlier. I was asking about you I was asking about you to Indy. I was asking about you to fucking Virginia and shit. I was sitting there. I was like, man, I was like, I hadn't seen her anything from her in fucking forever, man. It seemed like it's been like a couple of years or something, and I was like, I was asking both of them. I was like, what's going on? Because I know Virginia still talks to her and stuff quite often and stuff, and I was like, how's she doing? Is she doing okay? And blah blah blah, you know, and and that was just weird too, because I was like, I was just asking about you, you know what I mean? Not too long ago. So that was really cool that she popped in. Yeah, I like I said, I don't do enough. I don't go over to John's channel all that often, honestly. I mean, um, there was something about him a couple of years back or something like that that kind of threw me off, so I just stopped going over there all that often. Yeah, I might go in there every, I might just go in there like randomly. Not, I don't go over there that much, but I do, you know, like I said, I was like mostly just to just see if I could pop in and maybe see Nikki over there. So that was the main reason, because like I said, there was something that that threw me off about John. I don't know, it's probably like 3 or 4 years ago or something like that. That I was just like, nah, you know, there's just something about John that just kind of, I don't know. I'm not trying to talk bad about the guy. It's just something fucking didn't sit well with me. That was all. Plus, he uses. I mean, he's also, it's like that. One of the things that really kind of irritates me about some guys, some people out here on YouTube, they just fucking, they, well, I mean, some people can make a business, make a living out here on YouTube, and good on them. But I don't know, some people, just the way they make their money out here on YouTube. I'm not that crazy about, but whatever. I hear you. Yeah, it would be nice if I could sit here and do my streams and make money doing it, but I'm not going to sit here and prostitute myself to do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do that. Some people do, you know. Um, but and I'm plus, I mean, I don't want to, even if I was to make any money out here, I wouldn't let fucking YouTube get a dime of it, man. I'd figure out ways that if people want to donate to me or whatever, I'd figure out other ways for fucking them to give me money if they want to do that. You know what I mean? I don't want to do super chats because I don't want YouTube to get a fucking dime of it. That's the way I see it anyway. I don't know. I'm weird. I know. Because quite honestly, I think YouTube takes like 30% of fucking super chats or some shit like that. Yeah. Well, I got 10 people out there and a bunch of lurkers and stuff. What's everybody up to? What are you guys, if it, like I said, I put the link in the chat. If any, if I know you, uh, you're welcome up. We can sit here and talk for a little while longer if you want. I mean, I got this thing on charge now, so. Otherwise, I tend to get bored of listening to my own voice. I know, Indy. I know. Hell, I am the product when it comes down to YouTube because it is a free thing. You know what I mean? So, um, I am the product. I am. They make money off of me no matter what. Hell, just fucking putting commercials on anything, man, and they make money on. That drives me nuts, man. The damn commercials are getting fucking bad nowadays. They are getting so bad nowadays, man. It's driving me nuts. People getting fucking, I see commercials happening in the middle of live streams. I see fucking ads popping up in the middle of live streams. Holy crap, dude. Let's see here. No, let's see here. It's almost 4 o'clock here, so it's 5, 6. I'd say about 2.5 hours before the sun comes up over here, Pilgrim. I have figured when it comes down to commercials, like if I want to watch a movie, like if there's a movie or something like that on YouTube that I want to watch, and I don't want any commercials in it, I have figured out a little kind of trick when it comes down to it to be able to watch the movie all the way through without commercials. Um, uh, there's what you do is you basically fast forward the movie all the way up to about, I don't know, about a couple of minutes before it ends, and then just let it play out that last couple of minutes, and then it'll end, and then restart it, from the beginning, and it'll play all the way through without any commercials. That's the little trick that I learned a long time ago, and it still works. I'm surprised it still works, but it still works. Because I mean, there's, it's like I can sit here and watch a movie. If I don't do that little trick, man, I'll fucking have a commercial every 5 minutes. That drives me insane. Or if I'm like listening to music, like music on here, and that depends on depends, man. There's sometimes, man, it's like it depends on what kind of music or whatever. But I mean, I can listen to music sometimes, and they'll play commercials in the middle of the damn music and shit, and I'm just like, God damn, it just ruins my vibe. So, you know, I try those little tricks and stuff to. What are you saying? Lurkers don't count. What is that? What did you say? Oh, lurkers don't matter. I hear you, Huckleberry. Like I said, I got 12 people in there right now, evidently, what it says, which is kind of. I get more people in my fucking streams at this time in the mornings and stuff from like midnight until morning. I mean, seriously, I barely get anybody in a stream if I'm during the day or something like that. Well, I have to say, it's surreal. That's a new name. I don't know who that is, but he's definitely been fucking chatting away in the chat. I mean, like surreal. Like I said, he's got 3 different accounts that he's using all 3 of them in the chat, and he's definitely been fucking talking up a storm with all 3 accounts. All right. Matter of fact, if anybody does, like I'm thinking about going backstage. If anybody wants to come backstage, I'm gonna go ahead and put the link in again. If anybody wants to come backstage, come on back. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna switch it up and go backstage, y'all. So if anybody wants to come on down. But otherwise, it's the 1122 Wingnut Radio. I'm out.